Chapter 738. Xiaoyan was naturally able to sense the change in the atmosphere of the auction ground in front of the eyes of tens of thousands of people. Although most people held a surprised and disdainful attitude toward him, there was still a small group of people who began to doubt his identity. After all, the strength of this black-robed person who had appeared in front of them at this moment was coincidentally that of a bandit. Moreover, from the fact that he was able to defeat Lin Zhang, his fighting strength was clearly at the Do-D class. The most coincidental thing was that he was also a rank 3 alchemist. These 2 points coincided, and he was also a young man. Those elite Do-D present were even certain that this black-robed person, who was still standing alone in the arena, was definitely Xiaoyan. There was no mistake about it. Damn it, this group of people who only know how to play tricks. They are really careless. It is unexpected that my identity has been exposed because of all of you. Xiaoyan knit his brows tightly under the black robe. His heart involuntarily felt a solemnness. Just a moment ago, his enormous spiritual strength had clearly sensed an unusual energy ripple spreading from the position of the 2 people from the Hua clan. If he had guessed correctly, they were definitely reporting to their clan. It was likely that the people from the Hua clan would arrive as soon as the auction ended. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily felt even more solemn when he thought of this point. His originally tightly knit brows were tightly knit together at this moment. Xian City was originally the territory of both the Hua clan and the Bai clan. Exposing his identity here was no different from sending a lamb into a tiger's mouth. Once the experts from the 2 clans gathered here and formed an encirclement, Xiaoyan would not be able to escape even if he died. Xiaoyan did indeed have a cooperative relationship with the Bai clan. However, no one could guarantee that the Bai clan would not secretly act for Xiaoyan in this kind of situation. If they did, it would undoubtedly be a great help to Xiaoyan. If they did not, Xiaoyan would definitely become a turtle in a jar, unable to escape even if he had wings. Now, I can only hope that the people from the Hua clan will not arrive after the auction ends. Xiaoyan helplessly sighed in his heart. He could only quietly hope. After all, the spatial auction was not an ordinary place. How could Xiaoyan leave just because he wanted to? Other than anxiously waiting in this place, Xiaoyan had no other choice. On the other side, the father and son from the Bai clan were also quietly communicating. Father, have you sensed it? Yes, they have likely already recognized his identity, and have already gathered the experts within the clan. Bai quietly nodded his head when he heard Baijian's words. He was constantly paying attention to the little of the Hua clan's actions. His heart involuntarily tightened as he began to hesitate. Xiaoyan was an enemy to the 4 great sections. He was an existence that they could not easily let go of. The ancient heavenly tomb was far too important to the 4 great sections. They had to capture Xiaoyan no matter what. However, Xiaoyan was neither an enemy nor a friend to their Bai clan. However, he was an existence that they had to keep alive. This was because only with Xiaoyan's survival would they be able to divert the attention of the 4 great sections. This way, with Xiaoyan holding them back, it would naturally be much easier for the Bai clan to act. Xiaoyan was an important key to the rise of the Bai clan. No matter what, nothing could happen to him. At the very least, before the Bai clan had the ability to separate from the Heavenly Sword sect, Xiaoyan could not die. Father, now that the Hua clan has already made their move, should we also? No, wait a little longer. We have to wait a little longer. If we gather the clan members at this time, he will have no chance to escape if both of our forces arrive. We must give him a chance to escape. Let's send out a message before the auction ends. Yes, father. Baijian nodded and kept a jade slip in his hand under his sleeve into his storage ring. Father, what should we do if we run into him? Baijian suddenly frowned after keeping the jade strip, and turned his head to ask Bai. Baijian was naturally worried that after the auction ended, even if the Hua clan members did not arrive, what would they do if they discovered Xiaoyan's identity? It was impossible for them to not attack Xiaoyan. If they did so, their Bai clan would be targeted by the Heavenly Sword sect. Once they lost the trust of the Heavenly Sword sect, they would be suspected of anything they did in the future, much less strengthen the Bai clan. However, if they were to attack, with 2 3-star Do-D and Hua Yuning, whose strength had already reached the initial 2-star Do-D level, It was likely that Xiao Yan would have difficulty dealing with the three of them. If something were to happen to Xiao Yan, it would be troublesome. Let's wait and see when the time comes. In short, we will try our best to hold back. Whether he can leave or not will depend on him. Bai Ying frowned slightly. How could he have imagined that Xiao Yan would actually dare to come to the territory of their four great clans with such great fanfare? Now he was actually sitting in the same auction ground as them. This was really shocking. The auction continued. However, the atmosphere in the place gradually changed without anyone noticing. This Mr. has bid 60 spirit stones. May I know if there is anyone present who is willing to bid a higher price? The old man's eyes slowly swept over the entire place from the auction stage. His sharp eyes paused on a couple of spots in the auction ground. This was especially the case when they swept past Xiao Yan. The old man's eyes flickered. Immediately he withdrew his gaze and slowly opened his mouth to speak. Regardless of what happened, no one could stop the auction from continuing as usual. The old me will bid 70 spirit stones. Hua Ting once again spoke from the tall stage. Since he had decided to keep Xiao Yan here, he would naturally try his best to delay time before the experts from the Hua clan arrived. Delaying the auction was undoubtedly the best and most effective method. 80 spirit stones. Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knit together. While his heart felt increasingly solemn, he did not dare to hesitate. He was clearly aware of the latter's intentions. If he were to hesitate at this moment, would he not be taking the initiative to push himself into the fire pit? 90 spirit stones. Xiao Yan did not dare to hesitate. On the other hand, Hua Ting had a leisurely look on his face. Ever since he had confirmed Xiao Yan's identity, he no longer planned to compete for the auction of this remnant scroll. After all, as long as he could capture Xiao Yan and bring him back to the Hua clan, even if this remnant scroll ended up in his hands now, it would only be a temporary safekeeping. In any case, it would return to the Hua clan sooner or later. Naturally, it did not matter where it was now. Time passed bit by bit. The price of the auction had increased from the initial 50 spirit stones to 180 spirit stones. Moreover, the time that had passed was actually 1 hour. Hua Ting was intentionally stalling for time. Almost everyone present could see this. However, there were very few people who knew the truth. A strange atmosphere pervaded the huge auction house. Everyone's eyes were suspiciously looking at the two people who were increasing the bid. No one knew what exactly was going on. The old me will bid 190 spirit stones. 200 spirit stones. The auction ground was silent for a long time. Finally, everyone heard Hua Ting's leisurely bid. The instant Hua Ting's words sounded, Xiao Yan's bid was immediately heard from the auction ground. Hua Ting was helpless. According to Gu Yu, this Saint-class Qi method remnant scroll was extremely useful to Xiao Yan. Hence, no matter what, Xiao Yan had to obtain this Qi method remnant scroll today. Otherwise, he would have allowed Hua Ting to take it away and would not have delayed until now. Even the old man on the auction stage could not help but frown when he saw this scene. However, he felt somewhat helpless in his heart. Hua Ting had an extremely accurate grasp of time. Every time he bid, he would bid within a limited time. He would neither exceed nor exceed the time limit. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was different. In order to end this battle as soon as possible, he would always hurriedly raise the price the moment Hua Ting bid. It was as if Hua Ting had unlimited time, while he only had 1 or 2 seconds. As Xiao Yan opened his mouth once again, his loud voice reverberated throughout the auction ground. Everyone present was already intimidated by this strange aura. They held their breaths and carefully waited for the outcome of the two people. On the auction stage below, the old man's expression was a little gloomy. He did not expect Hua Ting to take advantage of their spatial auction ground. Unfortunately, Hua Ting had a legitimate reason for doing so. Even the old man could not do anything about it. A pair of old eyes gloomily swept across Hua Ting's body. At the same time, a cold glint inadvertently flashed across the old man's eyes. Xiao Yan's body stood upright on the high stage. He had already been standing there for a full hour. Even though his body was not tired, his heart was enduring an enormous amount of pressure. Time passed by minute. Finally, the silence in the auction ground continued and broke through the agreed time period. Hua Ting did not speak again. At this moment, Everyone in the auction ground slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Soft cries rang out clearly in the auction ground at this moment. Xiao Yan's heart trembled slightly at this moment. He suddenly raised his head and his gaze instantly fell on the black scroll in front of the old man on the auction stage. A complicated expression flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Today, for the sake of this cultivation technique, he was afraid that he would have to leave his life here. Phew. But fortunately, this cultivation method had finally fallen into his hands. Congratulations to this mister for successfully auctioning off this year's final auction item. At the same time, the old man on the auction stage finally heaved a long sigh of relief. This annoying auction was finally over. Due to the uniqueness of the auction item, the exchange this time was different from the previous ones. Xiao Yan descended from the high stage and was allowed to enter the light wall by the old man. A huge curtain suddenly fell from the sky and covered the entire auction stage. Due to the uniqueness of the curtain, the people on the auction stage were unable to clearly see the contents of the curtain. This was the rule of previous auctions. Some of the people present were very clear about this. Hence, they did not have any other thoughts. On the other hand, the members of the Hua clan did not wish for Xiao Yan to disappear from their sight before they caught him. Even though it was only a short period of time, a sense of unease still rose in their hearts. Chapter 739. When the enormous black curtain was pulled apart, two human figures slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. One of them was an old man wearing a white robe. He was the auctioneer. The other person was wearing a black robe. His aura was completely hidden under the black robe. With the cover of the black robe, no one present was able to detect his aura. Hua Ting, who was on the tall platform, slowly sighed in relief when he saw the appearance of these two people. As long as Xiao Yan was still around, everything would be under his control. Xiao Yan, let's see where you can escape to this time around. Hua Ting quietly cursed in his heart. The shriveled hand under his sleeve slowly tightened. Both of his eyes revealed a cold glint. Beside him, Hua Yuning's eyes were also staring intently at Xiao Yan, who was currently being watched by tens of thousands of people. However, other thoughts rose in her heart. Although the Sky Absolute Steps was only a human class agility do technique, its value far surpassed some spirit class agility do techniques. Under the same class, the advantage that the Sky Absolute Steps could display was something that other do techniques could not compare with. This point had already been proven by Xiao Yan. It was also because of this that Hua Yuning began to yearn for the Sky Absolute Steps in her heart. If he was able to obtain the Sky Absolute Steps and carefully practice it, he was confident that he would not need to fear anyone of the same class after successfully mastering the Sky Absolute Steps. He was even confident that he could rely on his current strength to fight with Zhuolin. This was the might of the Sky Absolute Steps. Various do techniques had their own advantages. Regardless of whether it was speed or strength, as long as one had an advantage, one would have a chance of winning in a battle. The advantage of the Sky Absolute Steps was something that most agility do techniques could not compare with. According to its actual effect, the level of the Sky Absolute Steps was far from being as simple as a human class do technique. On the tall platform on the other side, the eyes of the Bai clan's father and son had also landed on Xiao Yan. Bai Ying nodded gently and indicated to Bai Zhan by his side. The latter understood. His hand under his sleeves trembled gently and a jade strip appeared in his palm. Soon after, it was instantly crushed by Bai Zhan. The moment the jade strip exploded, an invisible energy ripple quietly spread out of the auction house. Not long after this invisible energy spread out, the old man on the auction stage below raised his pair of bright old eyes slightly. His gaze instantly landed on Bai Zhan. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze. He laughed coldly in his heart and did not say anything else. Thank you all for coming to this year's auction. Time is running out, and our auction is coming to an end. I sincerely hope that the friends who have gained something in this auction will be satisfied with this auction. The old man cupped his fists at the crowd and said with a smile. Of course, you don't have to worry if you don't get it this time. You can still participate in the next auction. Before you leave, you can receive a free name card from our auction house. Next time, you can directly enter the auction house with this card. After giving his blessings, the old man changed his tone and used another method of the auction house to deal with those who did not obtain anything. As soon as these words were spoken, most of the people in the auction house who did not obtain anything were pleasantly surprised. They were originally worried that they had wasted 50 spirit stones, and did not obtain anything in the end. However, from the looks of it now, that was not necessarily the case. As long as they obtained this name card, they could enter the auction house for free next time. It would not be too late to choose at that time. In this way, it seemed that the 50 spirit stones were not wasted. Seeing the surprised expressions on the faces of the people in the auction house, the old man smiled slightly. He immediately raised his hands and gently pressed the void in front of him. Everyone in the auction house immediately gathered their gazes. Now I announce that this year's spatial auction in Xian City has come to an end. As soon as the old man finished speaking, everyone in the auction house stood up and walked back the way they came. As for Xiaoyan, he followed at the back of the group. With the old man beside him guarding, no one dared to make a move. "Mister, I will be responsible for the safety of everyone in our spatial auction house. However, once you leave the auction house and return to Xian City, we will no longer be the ones in charge." After stabilizing his body, the old man glanced at the people who had left into the distance. After which he turned his head to look at Xiaoyan by the side. At this moment, the two of them had already left the auction house and appeared in the open ground. Behind them was the enormous auction house that was like a huge beast crawling on the ground. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan also turned his gaze to the old man in front of him and smiled kindly at the latter. From the old man's words, Xiaoyan could hear a trace of warning. "Thank you for telling me, senior. I will be more careful." Xiaoyan's voice was calm, but his gaze was firm. Not only did he find the fire plume flower, he also obtained the remnant of the sage class cultivation method that was related to his ancestor Xiao Xian. No matter what, he would definitely leave this place, definitely. Seeing the firm expression on Xiaoyan's face, the old man felt a little helpless in his heart. He could only nod and say, "Then please go ahead." Xiaoyan nodded slightly. He lifted his foot and walked towards the spatial tunnel. Behind him, the old man's eyes slowly narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan's back. When the latter was about to step into the spatial tunnel, the old man suddenly spoke. "Mister, may I ask if you are Xiaoyan?" Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook, and his lifted foot stopped in midair. In an instant, it was as if he had turned into a statue. After pausing for a few seconds, Xiaoyan sensed that the person behind him did not seem to have any ill intentions. Only then did he nod his head and hurriedly step into the spatial tunnel in front of him. The moment his body completely disappeared, a leisurely voice floated out. "I am Xiaoyan." Soon after, Xiaoyan's figure disappeared from the spatial tunnel. The old man in the original spot immediately nodded when he heard these words. He gently exhaled a breath of air. The expression in his old eyes was unusually deep. Xian City, the brilliant sunlight spread throughout the city. The space auction had been going on for an entire week. Until this moment, circular water-like spatial ripples suddenly spread apart in the flat and unadorned sky. Soon after, over a dozen black-robed human figures took a step forward. A technique similar to the one from a week ago was once again displayed at this moment. Not long after the spatial tunnel was successfully formed, human figures stepped out from within. In the city below, countless gazes were looking up at the changes in the sky. Their gazes contained various expressions. "The auction has ended." Suddenly, someone in the city said. Chapter 740. Following the end of the auction, numerous human figures swarmed out of the spatial tunnel in the sky above Xian City. Soon, human figures filled the sky above Xian City. They were just like a black mass of dark clouds, causing the city to be enveloped in an unusual atmosphere. When all these people appeared in the sky, the strange atmosphere that enveloped Xian City also disappeared. As the crowd surged out, the noise gradually spread. The entire Xian City became even more lively. Everyone in the city could not help but raise their heads to look at the sky. Everyone's eyes contained a tinge of surprise. The spatial auction was a grand auction that countless people in the western region hoped to participate in. Unfortunately, expectations were just expectations. Very few people actually had the opportunity to participate in each auction. When they saw the people who had participated in the auction walk out with satisfied and excited smiles on their faces, the people in the city could not help but feel a little jealous. Some people even began to have other thoughts at this moment. Robbing those who had participated in the auction in order to profit from it was not uncommon on the continent. This was basically a common problem, and it was also like an unwritten rule. Of course, whether this rule was valid or not was up to the strong to decide. The group of people who had just walked out of the spatial tunnel seemed to know what was going to happen next. Those who were strong were naturally not afraid at all. They held their heads high and left with their chests puffed out. It was as if they were prepared to deal with whatever came their way. As for those who were not strong enough and had gained something from the auction this time, they appeared cautious and vigilant. Their shifty eyes looked around in a slight panic. Soon after, their figures hurriedly flashed and flew out of Xian City. Usually, only these people would be followed by groups of 2 or 3 like hyenas. In a short period of time, the people who had just emerged from the spatial tunnel had either scattered or left. Once everyone had left, the people from the Hua clan, the Bai clan, and the Lin clan, as well as Su Songming and his granddaughter, were still waiting in the sky. The Hua clan and Bai clan had a clear goal. Naturally, they were here for Xiaoyan. Due to their relationship with the Hua clan and Bai clan, the Lin clan did not dare to act carelessly. Since they did not leave, the Lin clan's father and son naturally did not dare to act rashly. As for Su Songming, other than being suspicious of the situation in the arena, there was also the hatred in his heart toward Xiaoyan which caused him to remain at this place. Of course, an even greater reason was that Xiaoyan had offended the people from the Hua clan. He only wanted to stay and watch the show. Even if he could not personally vent his anger, his mood would more or less be a little happier if he could see the black-robed person being beaten by the people from the Hua clan. Oh, what's going on? Where are the people from my Hua clan? Why aren't they here yet? Judging by the time, they should be here by now. In the sky, Hua Ting's gaze slowly swept across the horizon before he frowned and looked down at Xian City below. After a simple investigation, he was shocked to discover that he could not detect any aura from the Hua clan. How can this be? We have been delayed for an hour. Logically speaking, even if they are not here yet, they should be close to our aura detection range. What is going on? Hearing this, Hu Yuning could not help but frown slightly. Based on the time, the people from the Hua clan should have arrived at Xian City less than an hour ago. From the time the auction ended until they came out, the people from the Hua clan should have arrived. Even if they were not here yet, they should be within their aura detection range. However, the current situation was that not only was there no sign of them, but they also could not detect any aura at all. It was as if they were not here at all. Could it be that the Hua clan did not receive the message from our jade strip? Hua Yuning frowned and guessed. That shouldn't be the case. As long as they are not too far away, the Hua clan should be able to receive the message. However, from the looks of it, either there is a problem with the jade strip, or the energy from the jade strip has been blocked by someone. Hua Ting shook his head and denied it. Hua Yuning's body suddenly shook when these words were uttered. The expression on her face also changed. Other than Xiaoyan, it was likely that only the Bai clan would dare to stop their actions within the spatial auction ground. Could it be them? As if he suddenly thought of something, Hua Ting's eyes narrowed and his gloomy expression changed abruptly. If it was them, then there should be no problem. With their strength, even if the 2 great clans joined forces, they might not be a match for them. Could it be those fellows from the space auction? What? It can't be. Haven't those fellows always been neutral? Why would they? Hua Yesing was taken aback and she looked a little surprised. No, nothing is absolute. Do you think they will really be neutral just because they say so? In the face of absolute benefits, no one will maintain their so-called neutrality. Those words are just lies. Hua Ting shook his head and said solemnly. Benefits? Yes, Xiaoyan. His cultivation talent is too terrifying and his combat strength far surpasses experts of the same level. In addition, he is a rank 3 alchemist. With such strength, if the 4 great sects are not enemies with him, they will definitely not be willing to provoke him. However, the problem now is that once the people from the space auction intervene, this matter will be troublesome. As expected of a wise old man, Ting had lived for so many years. After all, Hui Yuning, a greenhorn, could not compare with him. What should we do now? Are we just going to leave them alone? Leave them alone? How can we leave them alone? Although their auction house is quite powerful, don't forget that this is the Western region, the territory of our 4 great sections. Immediately use another jade strip. I don't believe that the person my sky rapier sect wants can be easily stopped by them. Hua Ting's expression was cold as he stared at the space tunnel in front of him. He did not say anything else and waited for Xiaoyan to appear. Hui Yuning, who was beside him, flipped her hand and another jade strip appeared in her palm. Without any hesitation, she crushed it. Almost at the same time, the same thing happened between the father and son of the Bai clan on the other side. Soon after, the 4 great sects in the square quietened down. Each of them had different thoughts as they waited for a certain person to appear. Under the waiting of the 4 great sects, Xiaoyan, who was dressed in a black robe, finally walked out of the space tunnel in front of everyone. Feeling the dazzling sunlight in front of him, Xiaoyan could not help but let out a long breath. The scene in front of him made Xiaoyan feel as if he had just been released from a cave. Although he would only be participating in the auction for 7 days, during these 7 days, the loud noise in the auction house made Xiaoyan feel quite uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because he had been alone for too long and could not get used to such a noisy atmosphere. His gaze slowly shifted downwards. Immediately, what entered his eyes was the people from the 3 clans who had surrounded him in front of the spatial passageway. As for Su Songming, he stood to the side and watched coldly. Chapter 741. Cuckoo, I have long since heard of Mr.'s great name. It is said that you are extremely bold. Even the 4 great sects have been toyed with by you. Today, the old me shall personally witness just how great the rumored Xiaoyan is. Hua Ting took a step forward. His eyes were cold as he stared at Xiaoyan. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. His body shook and the powerful aura of an advanced 3-star Dodi immediately erupted from his body. It was just like an invisible small mountain that pressed down on Xiaoyan from all directions. Hui Yuning, who was standing beside the old man, also laughed coldly the instant this powerful aura surged out. Although he had heard of Xiaoyan's battle results in the desolate ancient remains, he had not personally witnessed it. He only thought that Zhuolin had exaggerated. After all, Xiaoyan's strength was merely that of a 6-star bandit. This was an indisputable fact. How could a mere bandit be a match for an elite Dodi? Moreover, the person he was facing was Hua Ting, who was an advanced 3-star Dodi. However, when Hua Ting's words were transmitted into the ears of the Lin father and son, as well as Su Songming and his grandson, the expressions of the members of the 2 clans changed at this moment. Their faces involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. At the same time, their eyes involuntarily revealed a terrified expression when they looked at Xiaoyan. He is actually that Xiaoyan. The Xiaoyan who killed a group of elite Dodi by himself in the desolate ancient remains. Lin Xiang involuntarily took a couple of steps back as he cried out in shock. The shock in his heart was incomparable. He had never imagined that Xiaoyan, who had shocked the entire western region, would actually appear in front of him. Moreover, he had nearly truly fought with Xiaoyan. Should that happen, he did not dare to imagine just what kind of situation he would end up in. What do you mean by relying on his own strength? He merely borrowed the formation within the remains back then. At the end of the day, the deaths of those elite Dodi were caused by the formation within the remains. With his mere bandit strength, how could he possibly fight against an elite Dodi? That is merely a rumor. All of you actually believe it. Hui Yuning scolded coldly. Her words were filled with disdain. A clan like this wants to squeeze into the ranks of the 4 great clans? Do you think you're worthy? Hui Yesing glanced at Lin Xiang coldly before she retracted her gaze. On the other side, Bai Ying turned a blind eye to all of this, and he sneered in his heart. He'd personally witnessed Xiaoyan's strength in the desolate ancient ruins. Xiaoyan's true combat strength had far exceeded his current level of strength, so it was undoubtedly impossible for Bai Ying to suppress Xiaoyan with just this little bit of aura. Xiaoyan, suppress him for me. Hua Ting's expression was fierce as he cried out coldly in his heart. The aura that surged out was even stronger than before. Xiaoyan, who was still running, could not help but frown slightly in the face of the latter's aura. He was naturally not afraid of this aura, but the problem was that he was currently in Xian City, the territory of the two great clans. Since his identity had been exposed, it was likely that it would bring him endless trouble if he continued to be dragged here. I must leave this place as soon as possible. Xiaoyan violently clenched his teeth as he quietly exclaimed in his heart. After which he lifted his gaze and met Huating's gaze. There was a stern expression in his dark black eyes, and there was not the slightest trace of fear. Since his identity had been exposed in front of the other party, Xiaoyan naturally did not need to hide anymore. He might as well bring out his true ability and use his fastest speed to force back the other party's aura. His current goal was to leave this place first, and not to put on a brave front. King Kong Glass Body, rise. Due to the drawback of the Force Elephant skill, Xiaoyan did not use the Force Elephant skill immediately. Instead, he used the King Kong Glass Body, which he was most familiar with, to face his opponent. Xiaoyan let out a low cry in his heart. Suddenly, a golden light shone from Xiaoyan's body, and he turned into a King Kong giant god in the blink of an eye. His huge body was like a small mountain standing in front of everyone. His body trembled slightly, and a buzzing sound could be heard between the heavens and the earth. Immediately after, the terrifying aura that came head-on pressed heavily on Xiaoyan's body like a tsunami. However, with the King Kong Glass Body, the aura and pressure were naturally reduced by a lot. Xiaoyan's body shook as he bore the terrifying pressure that came down on him. His powerful physical strength was displayed at this moment. In addition to Xiaoyan's fighting qi and enormous soul power, the three of them combined to block the aura and pressure. What? The appearance of this scene not only shocked the few people in the sky, but even the spectators in the city below also revealed shocked expressions on their faces. These people in the city had lived in this place for many years. Although they did not know everyone from the two great clans, they could guess that Huating was a member of the Hua clan based on the arrogance of both parties. As for Xiaoyan, Huating had just announced his identity in front of everyone in the city. Everyone in the city naturally knew about him. At this moment, the expressions of everyone in the city below suddenly stiffened when they saw that Huating's aura and pressure had been blocked by Xiaoyan. They had long heard that Xiaoyan's strength was extraordinary. Now that they had seen it for themselves, he was really powerful. With the strength of a bandit, he was actually able to contend against an elite Dodi. How many people in the entire continent could do this? What a frightening strength. That is the pressure of an elite Dodi. He is actually able to forcefully block it with the strength of a 6-star bandit. Is this fellow really just a bandit? This person's strength is extraordinary, and can be said to be terrifying. If he grows up in the future, it is likely that he will become a legendary existence like Tianzhu. Looks like the big battle that was spread in the desolate ancient remains earlier was not completely false. His strength has indeed reached the level where it is comparable to an elite Dodi. It is really difficult to imagine just how he trains. The appearance of this scene in the sky caused a wave of exclamations to be repeatedly emitted from the city below. However, in the blink of an eye, the entire Xian city had turned into an uproar. Countless number of gazes were like spotlights as they landed on the golden human figure in the sky. At this moment, this human figure was just like a giant god that stood proudly between the sky and the earth. Any strength placed in front of him was completely useless. Hua Ting's face was also completely stunned as he stood in the sky. He had also not expected that Xiaoyan in front of him would actually be able to block his aura and pressure. Before the scene appeared, he would never have believed that this was possible. However, at this moment, this was something that was impossible in the eyes of everyone. However, it was truly placed in front of him. How is this possible? Huating widened his eyes. The shock in his heart caused him to speak incoherently. A long while later, he finally spat out a sentence with great difficulty. Xiaoyan, who had transformed into a giant god, completely ignored this. His small mountain-like body suddenly shook. A frightening strength immediately swept out like a volcanic eruption, forcefully pushing back the group of people around him. After which, Xiaoyan did not hesitate. He identified a direction and his body moved. He instantly used the absolute sky steps under his feet, and chose to leave without any hesitation. Since things had developed to this point, there was naturally no need for him to continue hiding since his identity had already been exposed. However, this was the territory of the Hua clan and the Bai clan. Regardless of whether he was afraid of these people, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. No matter what, he could only choose to leave this place first. With the speed of the absolute sky steps, in addition to the people around him who had been forcefully pushed back, Xiaoyan used this opportunity to flash and disappear in front of the people from the four factions. Chapter 742. By the time the few people in the sky recovered, Xiaoyan had already disappeared. Huating's heart was furious. His old face had also turned green. Originally, he thought that he would be able to easily capture a mere bandit. However, Xiaoyan in front of him had far exceeded his imagination. This kind of strength was not something that a bandit could possess. Damn it. You want to leave? I want to see where you can run to with the old me around. Chase. No matter what happens today, we must leave Xiaoyan here. Huating coldly cried out. His body moved and swiftly chased in the direction that Xiaoyan had disappeared. Behind him, the rest of the people also looked at each other before following closely behind. After using the King Kong glass body, the black robe that covered Xiaoyan's body had also scattered. His aura had already been exposed to the world. Additionally, Huating was a 3-star Dodi. It was naturally not difficult for him to chase after Xiaoyan's aura. Xiaoyan had already scattered the King Kong glass body in the distant sky. Unfortunately, his position had already been exposed. At this moment, it was a little difficult for him to hide his aura. Hence, Xiaoyan could only do his best to use the sky absolute step, and use it to dodge the pursuit of the people behind him. Behind Xiaoyan, the 3-star Dodi Huating and Bai Ying were the fastest. Within a short moment, they were already able to vaguely see Xiaoyan's back. It must be said that the sky absolute step might be frightening, but Xiaoyan's strength was lacking. It was still too difficult for him to easily dodge the pursuit of Huating's group. As for Lin Xiang and Su Songming, they followed far behind Huating and Su Songming. After all, their strength was inferior to Huating's and Su Songming's speed was naturally inferior. As for Bai Zhan and the other three, they remained where they were and waited for the members of their respective clans to arrive. Xiaoyan's body was like a black bolt of lightning as it swiftly moved through the empty space. Biting cold wind swiftly blew past Xiaoyan's body, carrying a wave of ear-piercing sonic booms. Wherever he passed, the frightening wind pressure that was brought about by Xiaoyan formed a ditch in the mountain forest. Only when Xiaoyan's body flashed past did the ditch gradually recover. Following close behind, Huating and Bai Ying also unleashed their speed. With their full strength, the speed of these two people was undoubtedly a little faster than Xiaoyan. The distance between them was gradually shortening. It was likely that Huating and Bai Ying would catch up to Xiaoyan's speed soon. Damn it. They're really fast. Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily narrowed when he sensed the two presences rapidly approaching behind him. He fiercely clenched his teeth as his body jerked. His speed once again increased, and in the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the sky. Humph, Xiaoyan, where do you think you're going? Don't even think about escaping from my hands today. Huating let out a cold snort when he sensed that Xiaoyan had suddenly increased his speed. The expression on his old face became ferocious. His body suddenly jerked as his feet stomped on the empty space a few times. Every time his foot landed, space would shatter. His body was like an arrow as he tore through the empty space at an extremely fast speed, swiftly chasing after Xiaoyan. Behind him, Bai Ying was not willing to be outdone. While the two of them were chasing after each other, they did not notice that a figure in black robes was stealthily following behind Huating and Bai Ying. This situation continued for an entire 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Xiaoyan spared no effort as he hurried forward with all his might. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan discover that although he had left Xian City, he had entered the territory of the Bai clan. As long as Bai Ying was willing, he could mobilize his clan members in the shortest amount of time possible. Naturally, it would not be difficult for him to intercept Xiaoyan. However, before the scene could appear, the current Xiaoyan had already been blocked by Huating and the other man who had hurried over from the front and the back in a pincer attack. Humph, Xiaoyan, if you surrender now, I guarantee that I will leave your corpse intact in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." With a flip of Huating's hand, a long sword landed in his palm. When he focused his eyes on it, he realized that this long sword was different from an ordinary sword. The difference was that an ordinary sword's blade was straight and sharp, but this sword was different. The blade was not straight at all. Instead, it was shaped like a saw. From this point of view, it was impossible for this sword to not tear off a piece of flesh once it landed on a person's body. On the other side, Baiying clenched his large hand. A dazzling thunderbolt rose from his arm. It lingered around his arm before transforming into a long lightning spear. The tip of the spear was pointed, and a cold glint was pointed at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's gaze looked to his left and right. His frown deepened without him realizing it. The current situation in the battleground was really one where there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Once they attacked together, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not be a match for them even if he had the help of the strength elephant skill. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily became solemn when he thought of this. At the same time, he also felt somewhat helpless. His path forward had been cut off and he no longer had any path of retreat. He could only brace himself and rush forward when faced with 2 3-star Dodi. There was no way to retreat. The only way was to fight. Qi. His right hand was lowered and a glow flashed in his palm. An enormous heavy Xian ruler appeared inch by inch, and was held in Xiaoyan's hand. The weight of the enormous ruler emitted a chi-chi sound of rushing air as Xiaoyan's hand fell. The biting cold wind pressure caused one to tremble without fighting. "Humph humph, the old me thought that you only know how to run." Huating parted his mouth and laughed mockingly. Even if Xiaoyan could withstand his aura and pressure, he was confident that he could suppress the latter if they were to really fight. Of course, this was indeed the case. Before his strength reached the Dodi class, Xiaoyan could at the very most fight with a 1-star Dodi, by relying on the Force Elephant skill. He would barely be able to deal with a 2-star Dodi, let alone a 3-star Dodi. Huating's laughter sounded as he lifted the sawtooth-like long sword in his hand. The body of the sword reflected a piercingly cold glow. As Doqi was poured in, the entire long sword emitted a faint Doqi glow. On the other side, Baiying also lifted the long spear in his hand at this moment. Doqi was poured in and numerous thunderbolts were like small snakes that coiled around the long spear. Once Baiying gave the order, those thunderbolts would carry an aura that could destroy the world as they wildly bombarded Xiaoyan. Sensing this, Xiaoyan's hand, which was holding the heavy Xian ruler, involuntarily tightened. Threads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The Doqi in his body did not dare to be careless as it surged out. The heavenly flame surged and agglomerated into a heavenly flame, armor on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. Even though he knew that a heavenly flame armor would not be of much use in such a battle, Xiaoyan still agglomerated it. Chapter 743. The bright sunlight scattered over the land like golden sand. The sky had already gradually darkened. One could vaguely see a beautiful glow in the distant west. The golden sun, which no one dared to look directly at, was gradually descending toward the western mountains. Far away in the forest, 3 figures stood in the sky. However, judging from the current situation, things didn't seem to be looking good for them. "Ha! It is rumored that you possess the strength to contend with an elite Dodi. In that case, allow the old me to see just how capable you Xiaoyan are." Huating's head was covered by a glow as he stood in the empty air. The fiery red sunset shone on his body, causing him to appear like the sun that was about to set in the west. He appeared like an old man past his prime. Of course, this old man appeared to be nearing his twilight. However, the strength of this old man was so great that it was unimaginable. The current him was at his peak. The old man's body suddenly shot forward the instant his cry sounded. The long sword in his hand was pointed at Xiaoyan. A cold glint flickered on the edge of the sword. The old man's body was as fast as lightning. From the looks of it, it was as though he wanted to take Xiaoyan's life with one strike. Xiaoyan did not dare to slight the attack. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand and a chi-chi sound was emitted in the air in front of him. The heavenly flame soared with the wind and swiftly spread over the enormous ruler, wrapping it within. The enormous ruler was lifted and a ruler glow swept out. It soared with the wind and transformed into 100,000 feet large red glow. Its aura was majestic as it violently smashed toward Huating, who was charging toward him. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. Humph, insignificant skill. Huating coldly laughed with disdain. The long sword in his hand trembled. A couple of sword glows were drawn in front of him as he charged forward. Although the sword glows did not possess the majestic aura of the ruler glow, their strength was much more concentrated. The moment the two collided, Xiao Yan's ruler glow was broken. A mere bandit actually dares to show off in front of an elite Dodi. You really overestimate yourself. Huating coldly laughed with disdain. However, a surprise inadvertently flashed across the deep regions of his eyes when these words sounded. However, he swiftly withdrew it in the blink of an eye. Today, I will let you experience the gap between you and a Dodi. Xiao Yan's heart was greatly startled when the ruler glow was broken. The other party was indeed worthy of being a 3-star Dodi. The strength of this strength was not something that an ordinary elite Dodi could compare with. With his current strength, it was really impossible for him to fight against it. Moreover, there was Bai Ying behind him at this moment. The former's aura was aggressive while the latter was eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. If Xiao Yan was the slightest bit careless, it was possible for him to fall into a situation where he would not be able to recover. Force Elephant Formula activate. Xiao Yan shouted angrily in his heart. He didn't dare to hold back anymore. The only thing he could do now was to leave this place first. The situation was dangerous, so Xiao Yan couldn't care less. As the cry sounded in his heart, an enormous illusory figure also formed behind Xiao Yan's back. It held an illusory giant ruler that was similar to the heavy Xian ruler in its hand. The attack in its hand followed Xiao Yan's movements and attacked forward. Humph, you still dare to attack again. You really overestimate yourself. Break. Huating immediately let out a cold snort of disdain when he saw Xiao Yan's attack coming again. He turned his body and appeared in the air above the illusionary figure. The long sword in his hand danced and heavily hacked at the illusionary figure behind Xiao Yan. Ha! The illusory figure behind Xiao Yan moved. The giant ruler in its hand rose and easily blocked the old man's attack. At the same time, an even more terrifying force flowed into the old man's body through the longsword, causing the old man's expression to quickly change. Damn it! What a strange strength! Could it be that this brat is a magical beast? The muscles on Huating's old face twitched as he grimaced in pain. His entire arm, which was holding onto the longsword, was completely numb at this moment. A sharp pain was transmitted from the bones beneath his flesh, causing Huating to be unable to endure it. In the blink of an eye, Huating had already recovered. However, the gaze that he used to look at Xiao Yan did not dare to underestimate him. Xiao Yan was actually able to reach this stage. He naturally had his own ability. After the collision earlier, Huating had already clearly discovered that Xiao Yan's strength was indeed not something that an ordinary bandit could possess. That kind of strength was enough to allow Xiao Yan to run amok among the bandit experts. It was likely that he even had the ability to fight against an ordinary Dodi. Thinking of this, Huating's heart involuntarily felt a chill. The Do-Chi in his body churned. He waved the longsword in his hand and once again charged toward Xiao Yan. Bai Ying, why are you still standing there in a daze? Since this brat is someone that the sect leader wants, we will naturally work together to capture him. We must not allow him to escape. The longsword danced as it engaged in a big battle with the illusory figure behind Xiao Yan. They continuously collided over a dozen times. Both parties were equally matched. At this moment, even Huating felt somewhat helpless against Xiao Yan. At this moment he could only turn his attack toward Bai Ying. As long as Bai Ying attacked, Xiao Yan would definitely not be able to endure against 2 3-star Dodi. Bai Ying involuntarily frowned when he heard this. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan's strength had risen to another level after not seeing him for half a year. At this moment, even a 3-star Dodi was unable to easily take him down. Of course, they did not know that the reason Xiao Yan was able to remain undefeated after dozens of exchanges with Huating was because of the Strength Elephant skill. With the Strength Elephant skill on his body, Xiao Yan would not be able to feel any pain during this period of time. Hence, the speed and sharpness of his attacks would naturally not change. Huating, on the other hand, was different. In the face of the strange illusory figure behind Xiaoyan, even he could not help but feel a headache. Thus, Xiaoyan would naturally be in an undefeatable position for a short period of time. Of course, the exact situation would likely have to wait until this battle was over. Finally, Bai Ying's body shook. He waved the long spear in his hand and joined the battle. Earlier, he had merely observed from outside the battle circle. The reason he did so was not only to give Huating an opportunity to display his strength, but also to leave some leeway for Xiaoyan. Originally, Bai Ying thought that with Huating's strength he should be able to suppress Xiaoyan. It was likely that even if he did not intervene, Xiaoyan would not be defeated within a short period of time. However, the current situation caused Bai Ying to be a little stunned. Not only was Huating unable to suppress Xiaoyan, but he was also being held back by the latter. Without the help of an outsider, forget about a short period of time, it was likely that the two of them would not be able to determine a victor even if they fought for another day and night. This caused Bai Ying's heart to be extremely shocked. Just think about it. With the strength of a 6-star half-D, he was able to restrain a 3-star elite Do-D and ensure that he did not fall into a disadvantage. This kind of ability was something that no one on the current continent could achieve. This fellow is really a freak. Even Bai Ying involuntarily cursed in his heart when he thought of this. He really did not know which faction had groomed such a monstrous talent. According to his current growth rate, it was likely that he would have a place in the entire Yuanwu continent in the future. Bai Ying raised his head when he thought of this. He turned the long spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear was slightly twisted. He avoided the vital points of the illusory figure, and used the body of the spear to suppress the enemy. This could be considered Bai Ying's final trump card. With the sudden addition of Bai Ying, the originally balanced battle immediately became one-sided. The strength of 2 3-star Do-D was indeed not to be trifled with. The strong joining hands to deal with Xiaoyan, who was only a 6-star half-D. If news of this spread, it was likely that they would be laughed at by others. However, in the current situation, it was likely that this was the only way to suppress Xiaoyan. After all, the latter's strength was really strange. All of their attacks were blocked by the illusory figure behind Xiaoyan. From the beginning until the end, Xiaoyan was not injured at all. This was also the thing that caused Bai Ying and Bai Ying the greatest headache. If this was not the case, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have long since become their captive. How would the two of them have to go through so much trouble to capture him? Damn it. Does this brat not have any weaknesses? With that illusory figure around, our attacks are unable to cause him the slightest harm. On the other hand, his aura has not weakened at all since the beginning. Huating viciously cursed. He had also never seen such a strange chi method and Do technique. It was actually able to block all of their attacks. Other than those high-class Do techniques that Xiaoyan had barely dodged, every sword and spear attack was blocked by the illusory figure. This damn thing was like an invincible existence, causing the two of them to be extremely furious in their hearts. However, compared to the two of them at this moment, Xiaoyan's heart was even more solemn. Others might not know, but he clearly understood that all of the damage that the two of them dealt to the illusory figure would ultimately be reflected on him. At that time, Xiaoyan, who had received so much damage, would likely be seriously injured even if he did not die. He needed to quickly think of a way to escape during this period of time. Otherwise, once the Force Elephant skill disappeared, it would be the time of Xiaoyan's death. Bang! After another intense collision, Huating and Huating were forcefully pushed back by the illusory figure behind Xiaoyan. After which, they hurriedly turned their bodies and swiftly rushed towards the mountain forest behind them. Behind them, Huating's face immediately revealed a fierce expression when he saw that Xiaoyan was about to leave. He cried out loudly and moved his body in an attempt to stop Xiaoyan. However, it was also at this moment that a black-robed human figure strangely appeared in the empty space not far in front of the two of them. Huh. The sudden appearance of this human figure caused Huating and Huating's faces to be startled. Their forward-charging bodies were also forced to stop. From the appearance of the latter, it was obvious that he had not come with good intentions. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was extremely likely that he had come for Xiaoyan. Who are you? Huating's face was green. How could he be willing to just watch the duck that was about to reach his mouth fly away just like that? The person who will stop you. Under the black robe, a faint old voice was slowly spat out. It did not contain the slightest emotion. It was as though he did not feel the slightest pressure when facing two three-star Dodi at the same time. Huating fiercely clenched his teeth. His gaze passed over the black-robed person in front of him and looked at Xiao Yan, who was swiftly rushing away. At this moment, the latter's speed was much slower than before. If Huating wanted to catch up to him, it would be extremely easy. However, the appearance of the person in front of him had broken all of his plans. Chapter 744. The pitch-black night sky gradually enveloped the entire land. Tonight, the moon did not shine and the stars were dim. The entire world was enveloped in darkness. There was an invisible oppressive atmosphere that filled the entire world. In the vast mountain forest, the dense forest was dark. The mountain forest, which was usually gloomy, had become as dark as ink at this moment. Looking from afar, under the ink-black sky, there was an endless mountain forest that obstructed one's sight. In the distance, the towering mountain peaks were like huge beasts that stood between the sky and the earth under the cover of the night. Even though it was already late at night, this scene still caused one to feel an unusual sense of shock. At this moment, in the dark mountain forest, within the thicket, a pitch-black figure was swiftly moving like a ghost. Wherever he passed, the trees within a dozen feet of him were forcefully destroyed by an invisible force. However, the speed of this figure became slower and slower after a few twists and turns. The invisible energy that was originally around his body also suddenly disappeared. In the end, the body of the figure that was flashing suddenly became weak. He immediately fell from the sky uncontrollably like a rolling stone. After tumbling miserably on the ground a few times, he heavily smashed into the trunk of a tree. Following a muffled low sound, if one looked carefully, this figure was surprisingly a person. This person was Xiao Yan, who had hurriedly escaped from the hands of Huating, and the other person not long ago. After flying for a short distance, Xiao Yan's force elephant tactic finally scattered uncontrollably. At the same time, all the injuries that the force elephant tactic had received in the previous big battle were also fed back to Xiao Yan at this moment. After suffering repeated heavy injuries, Xiao Yan was currently in unbearable pain, even though he was not seriously injured to the point of near death. His body was unable to move, and even the do qi in his body had been exhausted in the previous big battle. In the dark night, Xiao Yan's face appeared particularly pale. His entire body was covered in various wounds and bruises. Some of the wounds seemed to have been forcefully torn by some kind of sharp weapon. As for the majority of the bruises, they were basically caused by Bai Ying. Even so, Xiao Yan understood that Bai Ying had held back in the battle. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured at this moment, let alone be conscious. The intense pain that came from all over his body caused Xiao Yan to have no choice but to curl up. The consciousness in his mind gradually dimmed. There was an invisible chill that wrapped around Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan clearly understood that this was a sign that he was about to faint. Once he fainted at this moment, it was very likely that he would be found by those two fellows. No matter what, he could not fall asleep now. No. I can't sleep. I must not sleep. At this moment, there seemed to be something deep within Xiao Yan's heart that was calling out to him. A short moment later, Xiao Yan, whose mind had become increasingly giddy, suddenly widened his eyes. Unlike his pale face, the current Xiao Yan's eyes were scarlet red. There was a cluster of purple flames burning fiercely deep within his eyes. 3,000 burning flame. The 3,000 burning flame was known as the undying flame. As long as the flame was not extinguished, there would be room for recovery regardless of how serious the injuries were. At this moment, Xiao Yan was borrowing the mysteriousness of the 3,000 burning flame to do his best to recover from the injuries within his body. Of course, just the 3,000 burning flame was far from enough. Although the heavenly flame was strong, it was after all not his actual body. The help it could provide to Xiao Yan was limited. If he wanted to swiftly recover from the injuries within his body, he still had to rely on the strength of the medicinal pill. Xiao Yan lifted his hand that was covered in fresh blood in front of him. He forcefully endured the intense pain within his body. With a flip of his hand, A round medicinal pill appeared in his palm. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan immediately swallowed the medicinal pill. Immediately, the powerful medicinal strength swiftly spread within Xiaoyan's body. Although the medicinal strength was dense, it did not have much of an effect on Xiaoyan's body. However, when the medicinal strength passed through Xiaoyan's internal organs, it caused him to feel an intense pain. Soon after, however, it brought about the recovery of his injuries. Xiaoyan's heart slowly sighed in relief as he sensed the injuries within his body gradually recovering. However, his heart still did not dare to relax. The remaining spiritual strength carefully surged out as he remained cautious of the situation around him. At the same time, on the other side, Huating and Bai Ying were facing the strange black-robed person who had suddenly appeared in front of them. The expressions of the two of them were solemn. "Who exactly are you?" Huating's expression was gloomy as he spoke. It was not difficult to hear a fury in his voice. Although everyone was also an elite Dodi, the strength of this mysterious black-robed person in front of them was clearly above the two of them. This was because he and Bai Ying were actually unable to gain any advantage from this black-robed person in the earlier collision between the two of them. Originally, they wanted to send one of them to chase after Xiaoyan. However, from the looks of things, it was impossible. The other party's intention was to help Xiaoyan block the two of them from the very beginning. Who I am is not important. What is important is that all of you can forget about leaving this place with me around. A faint voice was softly emitted from under the black robe. However, it caused Huating's expression to become increasingly gloomy. "We are members of the Heavenly Sword Gate. If you dare to stop us, you will be going against the Heavenly Sword Gate." "Ha!" This time around, the old man laughed softly and considered it a reply. "You." Huating's heart immediately became furious when he heard this laughter filled with disdain. Soon after, he appeared to have suddenly recalled something. Both of his eyes suddenly narrowed. His gaze stared intently at the black-robed person in front of him. His gaze swept over the latter's collar, which had been purposely covered. He immediately raised his head and said, "You are someone from the spatial auction house." Under the black robe, a surprised expression flashed across the old face. Immediately, it turned into a soft smile and was non-committal. "In that case, the one who stopped us from transmitting information through the jade token in the auction house is also you." Huating's expression was gloomy as he continued to speak when he saw that the person who had fled did not deny it. Hearing these words, a look of surprise also appeared on Bai Ying's face. As for what he was thinking in his heart, it was unknown. Helping Xiaoyan escape. Are you going to publicly become enemies with our four great sects? You should know that Xiaoyan is a person that the four great sects jointly want to capture. Ha, are the four great sects very strong? What did you say? The old man spoke indifferently. His words contained a trace of contempt. When these words reached Huating's ears, the latter was instantly enraged. He had never seen anyone who dared to evaluate the four great sects in such a manner. The so-called four great sects only have some achievements in the Shilin region. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourselves? Others may be afraid of your four great sects, but we are not. The black-robed old man laughed coldly. He completely ignored the ashen expressions of the two people in front of him. However, at this moment, a large group of people flew over from afar behind Huating and Huating. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of Huating and Huating. The people were divided into two groups. One group was dressed in white robes with the word "Bai" written on the badge on their chests. The other group was dressed in black robes with the word "Hua" carved on their chests. These two groups of people were the experts of the Bai and Hua clans. At this moment, there was a young man leading the group in front of them. The two were the young masters of their respective clans, Bai Zhan and Hua Yuning. "Father." Bai Zhan respectfully greeted Bai Ying as he approached. Bai Ying nodded slightly. His eyes met with Bai Zhan's as their minds merged. Ha 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 ha. Huating's expression immediately became pleasantly surprised when he saw this group of people who had arrived in time. This sudden reinforcement made him extremely happy. As long as they were here, even if he and Bai Ying were held back by the black-robed man, these people could still enter the mountain to search for Xiaoyan's traces. Haha, the heavens are really on my side. Old man, the two of us will accompany you here today. As for the rest of you, immediately enter the mountain and search inch by inch. You must find Xiaoyan's traces." Huating first laughed coldly at the black-robed man. Then, his gaze turned back to the group behind him as he laughed loudly and ordered. The people of the Hua clan immediately nodded when they heard the order. The people of the Bai clan looked at Bai Ying and his father, as if waiting for their orders. "Third Elder Hua, Xiaoyan's strength is extraordinary. He has the sky extinction step. In addition, the two of us were held back by him just now. I'm afraid he has already left this mountain range, right?" Bai Ying secretly frowned as he probed Huating. "No. I personally saw that fellow's speed become increasingly slower as he left. I am certain that Xiaoyan must have been seriously injured in the previous battle. That illusionary figure of his could not have completely blocked our attacks. Currently, Xiaoyan is likely hiding in the mountain forest to secretly recover from his injuries." Huating violently shook his head. He recalled the battle with Xiaoyan earlier. While he pondered in his heart, his words hit the nail on the head. He had actually guessed Xiaoyan's current situation. Bai Ying's heart immediately jumped when he heard this. Indeed, he had also seen the scene when Xiaoyan left. At that time, Xiaoyan's speed was much slower than before. Moreover, he also had some doubts about the illusionary figure behind Xiaoyan. It was impossible for there to be a Do technique that was so powerful. It was not that there were no defensive Do techniques that could block attacks, but it was impossible for them to reach such a level. From the way Xiaoyan hurriedly left, he should be aware of his own situation. It was likely that a large part of the reason he had escaped from the two of them was to prevent the illusionary figure's effect from passing and causing him to fall into their hands. Chapter 745. It had to be said that Huating and Bai Ying's guesses were extremely accurate. They had pretty much guessed Xiaoyan's current situation. The simultaneous movement of the two clans added quite a lot of pressure on Xiaoyan. In the night sky, Bai Ying and Huating continued to confront the black-robed man. As for the others, they circled around the black-robed man and scattered towards the mountain forest in the distance. The black-robed man did not stop them. However, his old face under the black robe frowned slightly. He was slightly worried in his heart. Opposite him, Huating sneered. While he stared at the black-robed man, he was also paying attention to the movements in the mountain forest behind him. Once Xiaoyan appeared, no matter how strong the black-robed man was, he would not be able to protect Xiaoyan. The pitch-black forest was completely silent. Ever since the group of people in the sky appeared, the magical beasts in the mountain forest below had also obediently quieted down. This time, the Hua clan and the Bai clan had moved together. There were a total of 200 to 300 people from the two clans. All of them were half-martial emperors. The strongest among them had even reached the level of a 9-star half-martial emperor. Moreover, there were a total of 4 of them. Other than these people from the two clans, the leaders were Hui Yuning by Zhan, the head of the Lin clan, Lin Zheong, and Su Songming. Originally, Su Songming did not want to interfere in the matters of the two clans. However, this matter was related to Xiaoyan. He wished that he could immediately capture Xiaoyan. According to Huating's words earlier, Xiaoyan was definitely heavily injured. If he could find him, Su Songming would definitely torture him properly to vent his and his granddaughter's anger. Hundreds of half-martial emperors moved together. Their momentum was vast and mighty. The invisible pressure that was created caused the entire area to be enveloped in a somber feeling. After a small search, the crowd was unable to find anything. Helpless, they could only scatter in all directions. While these people scattered, Xiaoyan sat up with great difficulty in the pitch-black forest. The injuries on the surface of his body had already been completely healed by the 3,000 burning flame. However, it was likely that it would be difficult to recover from the internal injuries within his body without a period of time. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air. With a thought, he maneuvered the little do qi in his body and began to refine the medicinal pill that he had just swallowed. The hundreds of half-martial emperors spread out in the sky above the dense forest. They were just like an enormous net that covered a large area of the dense forest. The location where Xiaoyan was located was coincidentally within their search area. Fortunately, Xiaoyan's current location was at the border of their search area. If he was lucky, they might not be able to search this place. Of course, if he was unlucky, it would be hard to say. However, the helpless thing was that the injuries within Xiao Yan's body were quite serious. The current situation did not allow him to be careless. If he did not recover from the injuries within his body in time, it was likely that even if he was able to forcefully avoid this search, it was likely that there would be repercussions that would be difficult to heal after he recovered from his injuries. This would undoubtedly be an extremely serious blow to his training path. Naturally, Xiao Yan would do his best to put an end to this. Time slowly flowed by. The three people in the sky were still facing each other. The black-robed person did not attack. Hua Tingbai could only frown and wait. With the black-robed person in front of them, it was impossible for them to bypass him no matter what. With the latter's strength, it was likely that they would have already fallen if he did not intend to attack them. The strength of this black-robed person was far above the two of them. It was likely that he had already reached the level of a 6-star Do-D. In the sky above the dense forest, the search area gradually expanded. Xiao Yan, who was refining the medicinal pill in his body, could already hear the human voices in the sky not far away. Immediately, Xiao Yan's heart sank slightly. He did not expect that these fellows would actually come to this place so quickly. It appeared that he could no longer continue to stay in this place that he was currently at. A short moment later, when Xiao Yan heard that the human voices were getting closer, he could only forcefully stop the refining process of the medicinal pill within his body. He opened his eyes. His pale face seemed to be vaguely visible in the dark night sky. After identifying the direction, Xiao Yan's body moved and swiftly rushed toward the deeper parts of the dense forest. The group of people searching in the sky above the dense forest had finally reached this place. However, Xiao Yan's figure had already left long ago. In the blink of an eye, one night had already passed. Other than discovering some traces that were related to Xiao Yan, the group of people who were searching did not discover the latter's figure from the beginning until the end. The chase continued for an entire night. After repeatedly dodging for an entire night, the injuries on Xiao Yan's body did not seem to have improved. Instead, those fellows who were like shadows behind him were getting closer and closer to Xiao Yan. As for Hua Tingbai and Bai Ying, they had already disappeared from their sight into the distance. In the dense forest of towering trees, the dense branches and leaves covered the blazing sun. Occasionally, some spots of light would shoot down from the gaps between the branches and leaves, shining on the ground like stars, forming a natural pattern of spots of light. It was a beautiful sight. The forest was completely silent. Occasionally, a low roar from an unknown magical beast could be heard. It passed through the dense forest and lingered in the forest. Although this was still the Bai family's territory, Xiao Yan discovered that the magical beasts here were getting stronger and stronger the deeper he went into the forest. At this moment, Xiao Yan used his spiritual energy to investigate and discovered that there were no less than 10 half-martial emperor-level magical beasts. There was even a 9-star half-martial emperor. Moreover, it was right in front of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's complexion was pale as he stood on the trunk of a huge tree. His gaze was looking into the distance. At the end of his line of sight was a mountain peak. The owner of the 9-star half-martial emperor aura was there. Turning his gaze, Xiao Yan turned his head and looked into the distance behind him. He could faintly see a few black dots. Immediately, Xiao Yan's heart moved and a trace of light flashed through his eyes. Soon after, he leaped and flew towards the mountain peak in front of him. After a short moment, Xiao Yan's figure appeared at the foot of the mountain. Before Xiao Yan was an enormous cave entrance. The 9-star half-martial emperor aura was within this cave. As for this place, it was its cave dwelling. Xiao Yan's feet moved and he strode into the cave. Roar! Where did this human come from? This is this king's territory. Quickly retreat, and this king will spare your life. Otherwise, if you dare to take another step forward, I will immediately take your life. Chapter 746. The tall mountain peak stood like a pillar that supported the sky. Xiao Yan's gaze was calm as he stood at the entrance of the cave at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Yan was indifferent to the waves of thunder-like beast roars that were transmitted from deep within the cave. He turned his head and looked behind him. Immediately, he moved his feet and continued walking toward the deep parts of the cave. As one of the 4 great clans, the Bai clan's territory was not small. Currently, The people from the Bai clan and the Hua clan had formed a circle around the area where Xiaoyan was, and were carefully searching for his whereabouts. Under this kind of situation, repeatedly moving and hiding would only delay the healing of the injuries within Xiaoyan's body. In the long run, not only would his injuries not recover, they would also become increasingly serious. Being in such a dangerous situation, Xiaoyan could no longer delay any longer. With his current condition, unless he completely recovered from the injuries within his body, he would sooner or later be dragged to his death by these fellows. Roar! Human, are you courting death? Based on Xiaoyan's current state, the 9-star half-martial emperor in the cave immediately saw through his strength. A 6-star half-martial emperor was currently injured. Entering his cave was undoubtedly courting death. The words from before were already his final warning. However, Xiaoyan still had an indifferent appearance. This was a direct violation of the territory of this 9-star half-martial emperor. Roar! Following a deafening roar, a violent gale suddenly swept out from the depths of the cave. Immediately after, the space in front of Xiaoyan suddenly distorted, and a figure of light suddenly flashed and appeared before Xiaoyan. After the figure of light condensed, a middle-aged man with a vigorous aura appeared. Judging from his aura, he had already reached the level of a 9-star half-martial emperor. In the nearby mountain range, he could be said to be a king-like existence. Human, this king does not wish to become enemies with you. However, since you insist on courting death, you can't blame me. Scram. This middle-aged man had the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor. In his opinion, the black-cloaked man before him was merely a 6-star half-martial emperor. Furthermore, the black-cloaked man was seriously injured. A single punch from him was enough to take his life. The middle-aged man clenched his right fist and threw a punch at Xiaoyan without hesitation. In the face of such a situation, Xiaoyan's pale face was calm, and his thoughts were extremely clear. A pair of pitch-black eyes stared at the rapidly growing fist. When the fist was in front of him, Xiaoyan flicked his finger, and a black light suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Almost at the instant when the fist was about to land on Xiaoyan's face, the black shadow reached out and firmly locked the middle-aged man's hand. In an instant, the sharp wind from the fist blew past Xiaoyan's cheeks, blowing up his hair. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, at this moment, his eyes were wide open as he stared fixedly at the terrifying fellow who had suddenly appeared in front of him. His face was filled with a sluggish expression. Bang. The black shadow instantly released the hand that was grabbing the middle-aged man's wrist. At the same time, a fist smashed into the middle-aged man's face. With just one punch, this 9-star half-martial emperor, the king of the nearby mountain range, was sent flying. He heavily smashed into the stone wall, and his entire body was deeply embedded in it. Xiaoyan turned his head and looked at this black figure. It was the Northern King in Xiaoyan's storage ring. Currently, the Northern King's strength had already reached the level of a 1-star Do-D. If he went all out, even a 2-star Do-D would not be able to defeat him. It was naturally easy for him to deal with a mere half-martial emperor. Bang! The middle-aged man's body miserably fell out of the stone wall and heavily smashed into the ground. He instantly woke up and hurriedly raised his head. His gaze instantly locked onto the Northern King, and his eyes revealed a frightened expression. Sir, I did not mean to offend you. Please forgive me. The middle-aged man hurriedly arrived in front of the Northern King and respectfully bowed. His entire body trembled as he kowtowed. Each time he kowtowed, a muffled sound would be heard. However, the middle-aged man did not hold back. It was as if he was afraid that this expert in front of him would be dissatisfied with him. Although he had only received one punch from the Northern King, the middle-aged man immediately understood that he was no match for the black shadow in front of him. To be able to send a 9-star half-martial emperor flying with one punch. Who else could possess such strength other than an elite Do-D? However, due to the fear in his heart, the middle-aged man did not dare to raise his head to look at the Northern King in front of him. He did not even dare to probe the latter's aura. This was why he was unable to identify the puppet body of the Northern King in time. Get up. I don't want your life. Xiaoyan took a step forward and casually spoke. The middle-aged man was slightly startled. He raised his head only to see the pale-faced Xiaoyan standing in front of him. Soon after, his gaze swept over the Northern King behind Xiao Yan. Only then did he realize that the latter's eyes were empty and lifeless. It was as if it did not have a soul. Puppet. The middle-aged man's heart was suddenly startled. He did not expect that the elite Dodi in front of him was actually a puppet. Since this was the case, was this black-robed young man not the owner of this puppet? Ah! The middle-aged man's heart trembled when he thought of this. He hurriedly bowed to Xiao Yan once again. His body trembled, but he did not dare to get up again. All right, get up. I have already said that I will not kill you. I have only looked for you to ask for your help. Xiao Yan felt helpless when he saw that the middle-aged man would kneel at the slightest provocation. Could it be that these magical beasts were all so casual? Sir, you must be joking. Since Sir wants this little one's help, this little one will naturally not refuse. I still have to thank Sir for giving me this opportunity to perform. The middle-aged man hurriedly replied respectfully when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His words were filled with respect for Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan did not comment on this. He directly said, I need to borrow your cave. I need to borrow your cave for a while. After that, someone will come looking for me. As long as you can drive them away, this is yours. Xiao Yan's words had just sounded when the Northern King behind him took half a step forward. Immediately, an extremely dangerous aura swiftly enveloped the middle-aged man's heart, causing him to feel extremely terrified. Soon after, a transparent jade bottle appeared in Xiao Yan's hand after Xiao Yan's words sounded. The moment the jade bottle appeared, a rich medicinal fragrance spread out from within. A Tier 3 medicinal pill. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. He raised his hands and was about to take it from Xiao Yan's hands. If you want it, you'd better do what I want you to do first. Xiao Yan coldly snorted, instantly startling the middle-aged man. He immediately flipped his hand and put away the medicinal pill in his hand. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly bowed to the side and raised his hands. He made an inviting gesture to Xiao Yan and respectfully said, Sir, this way please. Glancing at the middle-aged man, Xiao Yan expressionlessly nodded. He moved his feet and walked towards the depths of the cave. After a short while, Xiao Yan had already arrived at the deepest part of the cave. It was different from the narrow and dark space from before. Not only was it spacious, but it was also brightly lit. The middle-aged man had decorated it quite well. However, Xiao Yan did not have the time to care about this. He directly walked to the deepest part of the cave and sat down. His gaze turned and once again landed on the middle-aged man in front of him. I'm only borrowing your cave. I don't want to do anything to you. Therefore, I hope that you don't have any other intentions. Otherwise, if even one of them comes in, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, the Northern King took a step forward. The terrifying aura caused the middle-aged man's body to tremble uncontrollably. Sir, you must be joking. It's my honor to have you in my humble abode. Sir, you can stay for as long as you want. Why would I object? The middle-aged man was shocked and hurriedly replied with a silly smile. His gaze occasionally glanced at the Northern King. This was the real reason why he was so afraid. Hearing this, Xiao Yan did not comment. He casually sent the middle-aged man to guard the door. Soon after, under the protection of the Northern King, he began to concentrate on refining the medicinal pill in his body. Chapter 747. First, there was the intimidation of the Northern King. Then there was the temptation of the medicinal pellet. With the two added together, the middle-aged man was indeed well behaved. In the depths of the cave, only after Xiao Yan confirmed that the middle-aged man did not do anything else, did he relax and wholeheartedly immerse himself in refining the medicinal pellet within his body. At this moment, the search of several hundred half-martial emperors was also in full swing. This time around, the invisible battle between Xiao Yan and this group of people would be a tug-of-war. The final outcome would be determined by whether or not this group of people could find Xiao Yan before he recovered from his injuries. Time was like the sand between one's fingers. Unknowingly, a lot of time had already passed. Within the cave, Xiao Yan was immersed in refining the medicinal pellet within his body. As for the people outside, they had finally expanded their search range to this place. The mountain wind whistled. It was like the low roar of wild beasts as it blew through the mountain forest. At the foot of the mountain was an enormous cave. A valiant aura was faintly emitted from within, causing one to feel solemn. At this moment, 3 middle-aged men in black robes slowly descended from the sky. Their gazes landed on the interior of the cave. Among the 3 of them, one was an 8-star half-martial emperor, and the other 2 were 7-star half-martial emperors. With such a lineup, they would be able to move unhindered in this mountain range. Huiyun, do you think that Xiaoyan might be here? A frail-looking 7-star half-martial emperor among the 3 asked with a frown on his face. Carefully, he asked a middle-aged man with the strength of an 8-star half-martial emperor. When he said those words, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the pitch-black cave. The person inside the cave caused him to be extremely nervous. I don't know. Let's look around first. Didn't we detect a trace of Xiaoyan's aura earlier? This means that he is definitely in the vicinity. We have already searched the surroundings, except for this place. As for whether he is here or not, we will know once we give it a try. The middle-aged man called Huiyun shook his head. His tone was rather firm. But the guy inside seems to be a 9-star half-martial emperor. His strength. What's there to be nervous about? Even if he's a 9-star half-martial emperor, could it be that he would dare to touch a member of our Hu clan? Moreover, with the 3 of us working together, how could we possibly fear him? Before the thin middle-aged man could finish his words, he was immediately reprimanded by Huiyun. The latter's head shrank, and he did not dare to say anything else. He scratched his head, while his gaze was still somewhat nervous as he looked at the cave entrance. After that, the 3 of them, led by Huiyun, headed towards the cave. The 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the cave one after another. As they got closer, an extremely thick smell of blood gushed out from the cave and assaulted the 3 of them. Smelling the nauseating stench of blood, the expressions of the 3 changed. Such a strong stench of blood. Just how ferocious was this magical beast? Although this was the case, it did not stop the footsteps of the 3 of them. Before they left, Huiting had already issued a reward. As long as any one of them was able to find Xiaoyan, they would obtain 5 Tier 3 medicinal pills. How could they be willing to accept such a temptation? However, just as the 3 of them stepped into the cave entrance, a beastly roar that caused one's heart to tremble was suddenly emitted from the deep interior of the cave. Roar. Where did these humans come from? How dare you trespass into this king's territory? A furious cry was emitted. In the blink of an eye, an extremely powerful and frightening aura wildly attacked from deep within the cave, forcefully forcing the 3 of them back. The 3 of them were startled. Their footsteps hurriedly pulled back. While their expressions changed, the dou qi within their bodies swiftly surged out at this moment to block this aura. We are from the Hu clan, one of the 4 great clans. We are here to do our job impartially, and only to search for one person. We do not wish to start a conflict with you. If we have offended you, please forgive us. Huiyun's expression changed drastically. He was surprised in his heart. The 3 of them had only just stepped into this fellow's territory. How could he be so powerful and overbearing? However, after thinking about it, this fellow was just like a fiend. That heavy stench of blood from earlier made it no wonder that his temper was so irritable. After staying in this kind of environment for too long, it was likely that even they would not be able to endure it. However, they did not know that the reason this fellow in the cave was so irritable was because Xiaoyan had occupied his nest. Even though Xiaoyan had said that he would use Tier 3 medicinal pills as a reward, he was still suppressing the resentment in his heart. The appearance of these 3 people at this moment had allowed him to find a target to vent his anger. Oh, people from the 4 great clans. A soft cry of surprise was emitted from deep within the cave. The middle-aged man frowned. He did not expect that the people Xiaoyan had asked him to block would actually be people from the 4 great clans. This was going to be a little troublesome. The hearts of the 3 people outside the cave immediately rejoiced when they heard the voice that was emitted from the interior of the cave. They thought in their hearts that this fellow was indeed afraid of the boldness of their 4 great clans. Immediately, the 3 of them exchanged glances and smiled. They lifted their feet and prepared to enter the cave once again. Stop right there. It was also at this moment that the middle-aged man within the cave cried out a command. The hearts of the three people leaped, and their footsteps once again came to a halt. Even if you are people from the Hua clan, you should be clear that this is the territory of the Bai clan. This mountain range is under the jurisdiction of the old me. What right do you people from the Hua clan have to enter the territory of the Bai clan to search for someone? Enough. I don't want to hear any more from you. On account that you are also from the 4 great clans, if you turn around and leave now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, even if you are from the Hua clan, don't blame me for being impolite. Without waiting for Hua Yun to open his mouth, the middle-aged man within the mountain cave spoke a sentence that forcefully stuffed the latter's words back into his mouth. At the same time, a powerful aura once again attacked, causing the trio's expressions to abruptly change drastically. They had already sensed a dense killing intent from this aura and pressure. They did not doubt that if the 3 of them continued to stay here, they would definitely end up calling out this lunatic. At that time, they would really have no way to survive. In the face of this situation, the expression on Hua Yun's face fluctuated indeterminately. Who would have expected that this madman would actually completely ignore their status as members of the Hua clan? Although the 3 of them were high-level half-emperors, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how many of them they had, it was useless. Although the words that he had spoken previously were very courageous, in reality, even Hua Yun was incomparably nervous in his heart. It was only because the 2 people beside him were present that he deliberately pretended to be fearless. Old brother Hua Yun, what should we do now? To the side, the skinny middle-aged man's face had already turned deathly pale from fright. Helpless, he could only seek help from Hua Yun. When he heard these words, Hua Yun really wished that he could immediately turn around and give him a slap. However, the current situation was dangerous and they had no choice but to work together. Hua Yun hurriedly thought about it in his heart. In the end, the method that Hua Yun thought of was to retreat backwards. Helpless, with that fellow in the cave present, they were destined to be unable to enter this place. However, when Hua Yun thought about it again, he could not help but laugh at himself in his heart. If even they were unable to enter this cave, how could the injured Xiaoyan possibly enter? If that was the case, he would have long been killed by that fellow in the cave. After which, the 3 of them respectfully cupped their hands together towards the pitch-black cave and hurriedly left, leaving behind 3 miserable figures. It was only at this moment that the middle-aged man in the cave secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 3 of them were not as strong as him. Otherwise, if he was unable to subdue them today, once Xiaoyan was awakened, not only would they be finished, even his little life would not be able to be saved. The middle-aged man arrived in front of the cave and gazed at the sky above the mountain forest in the distance. Figures that were like grains of black rice were constantly flashing, as if they were searching for something. However, when they passed by his vicinity, they were extremely sensible and left. When he saw this scene, the middle-aged man secretly rejoiced in his heart. At the same time, a feeling of suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. At this moment, who exactly was the identity of the black-robed man in his cave, to actually cause one of the 4 great clans, the Hua clan, to mobilize so many people? Chapter 748. In the blink of an eye, a full week had passed since Xiaoyan had disappeared from the Bai family's sphere of influence. During this week, the Bai family and the Hua family had searched the entire mountain range, from the periphery of the mountain range to the core. The orders from the higher-ups were to find Huating if he was alive, and Xiaoyan was definitely still in the mountain range. Unfortunately, a week had passed, and the people looking for Xiaoyan had searched back and forth no less than 5 times, but they still could not find any trace of Xiaoyan. In the void, the black-clothed man had already left, and Huating had no choice but to return to the Hua family under pressure. Many people in the Hua family even thought that he had persisted because he wanted to cover up his mistake at the auction. For a time, Huating, who did not gain any favor outside and was constantly under pressure within the Hua family, fell into a state of depression because of this matter. In his heart, he was even more determined to find Xiaoyan. At the same time in the mountain range, Xiaoyan, who was in the cave, had more or less recovered from his injuries after a week of recovery. In the outside world, the experts sent by the Hua family were also called back to the Hua family. Due to Huating's matter, They would no longer be under his command for the time being. As for the Bai family, they had moved completely to cooperate with the Hua family's actions. From the beginning to the end, Bai Ying had not given any orders to find Xiao Yan. All the actions of the Bai family experts were controlled by Hua Ting. Now that the experts of the Hua family had been called back, the people of the Bai family naturally returned to the Hua family. In the cave, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes. Not long ago, he had spread out his soul strength and clearly sensed that the two families had all retreated. Although the situation seemed to be safe for the time being, Xiao Yan did not intend to leave just like that. There were always exceptions to everything. If the two families left just to bait Xiao Yan, then wouldn't he be falling into their trap if he left now? Moreover, Xiao Yan flipped his hand and took out an exquisitely crafted jade box from his storage ring. Inside this jade box was the first auction item that Xiao Yan had won in the last auction, the jade bone fruit. The jade bone fruit was able to increase the cultivation level of the person who devoured it. However, this level of increase was limited to a Band D expert. For example, the current Xiao Yan's strength had already reached the intermediate level of a 6-star Band D. If he were to swallow this jade bone fruit, his strength would once again increase to an advanced level of a 6-star Band D. Although they were both 6-star half-emperors, the gap between the middle stage and the late stage was like the gap between heaven and earth. With Xiao Yan's current strength, after using all of his techniques, he would at the very most be comparable to an ordinary middle stage 1-star Do D. In the long run, Xiao Yan would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, once Xiao Yan swallowed this jade bone fruit, his strength would increase to the late stage of a 6-star half-emperor. At that time, Xiao Yan would have the confidence to face a late-stage 1-star Do D. Even if he were to face a middle-stage 1-star Do D, Xiao Yan would still have the strength to fight. Of course, all of this was merely Xiao Yan's personal guess. As for the true strength, it would depend on the strength that Xiao Yan was able to erupt with in an actual battle. After taking out the jade bone fruit, Xiao Yan did not hurry to swallow it. Instead, a thought passed through his mind, and he used his powerful soul strength to call back the middle-aged man, who was still obediently guarding the entrance of the cave. "Cuckoo, sir, do you have a mission to hand over to Ah Bao since you have summoned me?" After entering the cave, the middle-aged man who called himself Ah Bao immediately bowed to Xiao Yan. His face was filled with smiles. His heart did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. This time around, his eyes did not pay attention to the northern king beside Xiao Yan. Instead, they were focused on Xiao Yan. The soul strength of this black-robed young man in front of him had already reached the level of a rank 3 alchemist. Even an elite Do D would have to be respectful when meeting an alchemist of this level. How would Ah Bao dare to be careless? If he could form a relationship with such a person, it would bring him endless benefits. Here. Xiao Yan randomly tossed it. A ray of light immediately shot toward Ah Bao. Seeing this, the latter hurriedly and carefully caught it in his hand. After which, he focused his eyes and saw that it was a round medicinal pill that had landed in his hand. This is the rank 3 medicinal pill. Seeing this, Ah Bao was immediately overjoyed. Both of his eyes revealed a deep excitement. His entire body involuntarily trembled because of the wild joy in his heart. A rank 3 medicinal pill was something that he did not even dare to think about in the past. Now that it had actually landed in his hands, how could he not be overjoyed? There is no need to be surprised. This is only your reward for this week. I still need to borrow your cave for a period of time. Once the time is up, these medicinal pills will also be yours. Xiao Yan casually said as he waved the jade bottle in his hand. Through the bottle, one could clearly see 3 round medicinal pills. These 3 medicinal pills were all rank 3 medicinal pills. Sir, feel free to use them. You can use them for as long as you want. Ah Bao will definitely not be dissatisfied. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. Xiao Yan had taken out medicinal pills as a reward. He could not be happier in his heart, so how could he feel dissatisfied? Thinking about being able to obtain 3 rank 3 medicinal pills, Ah Bao's heart became even more excited. During this week, although there had been many people wandering around his territory, no one had dared to come to his place. It could be said that the medicinal pill in his hand was something that he had been waiting for. He had not spent the slightest bit of effort. Now that such a good thing had been placed in front of him, Bao naturally would not miss it. My request is very simple. It's the same as this week. As long as no one can enter this place and disturb me, these 3 medicinal pills will be yours. Otherwise, sir, don't worry. With Bao here, no one can enter this place. Bao will definitely not let anyone disturb sir. Before Xiao Yan's words sounded, Bao continued to open his mouth. At the same time, he patted his chest, appearing as though he was leaving everything to him. He appeared to be quite confident. Xiao Yan raised his eyes and looked at the latter. His eyes faintly flickered, but he did not comment. Although Bao's strength could be considered as an expert in this mountain range, a mere 9-star half-emperor was already nothing in Xiao Yan's eyes. In the eyes of the 4 great clans, Bao was worthless. If Huating intended to search for Xiao Yan, Bao would definitely be unable to stop him with his strength. Bao randomly gave a couple of instructions before withdrawing with a heart filled with joy. Xiao Yan also withdrew his thoughts as his gaze once again landed on the jade box in his hand. Whether or not he could leave this place completely depended on this jade bone fruit. Chapter 749. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Within the Hua clan, Huating's old face was gloomy as he sat on the main seat in a large hall. Due to the previous incident, he, as the 3rd elder of the clan, had been grounded for a month. Only now was the ban lifted. At this moment, other than the gloomy Huating, there were quite a number of people in the hall. They were the various deacons of the Hua clan, and more or less had some authority in the clan. At the same time, they were also the people who had been sent by Huating to search for Xiao Yan's whereabouts a month ago. Humph, I haven't seen you for a month. How have you all been? Huating's cold eyes swept across everyone present. Every clan had its own faction. Even if they were from the same clan, these people did not always work together. For example, the people present were in Huating's faction. As for the 1st elder and 2nd elder of the clan, they also had their own factions behind them. Of course, no matter how they were divided within the clan, as long as it concerned the interests of the clan, these people would usually immediately work together. Upon hearing Huating's words, quite a number of people present looked to each other. Their expressions became awkward. They belonged to the same faction, yet they did nothing when Huating was grounded. Such a matter was indeed enough to make one feel bitterly disappointed. Humph, I don't want to care about these matters now. I only want to ask, there are so many of you. In addition to the many clan members that I sent after, why were you unable to find Xiao Yan in the end? You all must give me an answer on this matter. Huating's hand heavily slammed on the table below him. The frightening force caused the wooden table to instantly explode. The expressions on the faces of everyone present abruptly changed at this moment. 3rd elder, we did indeed search the entire mountain range back then. Moreover, we repeatedly searched 4 to 5 times. However, we did not find any trace of Xiao Yan from the beginning until the end. Perhaps he had already left that mountain range back then. Among the people seated below the stage, someone braced himself and voiced his opinion to Huating. The instant these words left his mouth, Huating's sinister gaze immediately landed on the person who had spoken. That extremely cold gaze seemed to want to forcefully freeze a person. Everyone below the stage who saw the scene shrank back in fear. Do you mean that this old man did not investigate and that this old man allowed all of you to make this trip in vain? Gulp gulp. After Huating's words left his mouth, an invisible aura was emitted from his body and swiftly enveloped the entire hall. Everyone felt as if they were carrying a mountain. This was especially the case for the person who had just spoken. The person's entire body was unable to help but tremble. Humph, since this old man allowed all of you to search, I naturally had full confidence. Based on the situation at that time, even if that brat was not seriously injured, he could not have easily left the mountain range. However, since you were unable to find him, this means that all of you did not search carefully. There must be places that you missed in that mountain range. Huating's stern gaze slowly swept across everyone present. After meeting Huating's gaze, the majority of the people looked to their left and right with a doubtful expression on their faces. It was as if they did not understand what was going on. There were also some who were deep in thought. as if they were trying to recall if there were any places that they had missed in that mountain range a month ago. Just as Hua Ting's gaze swept across a certain person, his gaze, which was originally about to pass by, suddenly paused. His eyes narrowed as he stared at a skinny middle-aged man in the hall. Hua Ting's brows were tightly knitted together as he asked in a deep voice, "Hua Feng, is there something that you have not told me?" No. The middle-aged man, who was called Hua Feng, hurriedly stood up. The expression on his face was clearly somewhat flustered. "Humph, you're truly audacious. You dare to play tricks in front of this old man? I think that you don't want to live a peaceful life anymore." After being coldly reprimanded by Hua Ting, the middle-aged man's face was filled with fear. His face rapidly turned pale as his gaze involuntarily looked around. In the end, when he saw Hua Yun, his eyes abruptly lit up. It was also at this moment that Hua Ting noticed the change in the latter's expression. Immediately, his stern gaze landed on Hua Yun. "Hua Yun, speak. Exactly what is going on? If you don't speak, then you can forget about your position as a deacon." Once those words were spoken, Hua Yun's expression, which was already ugly to begin with, suddenly became frightened. He knew the meaning behind Hua Feng's gaze. It was none other than the matter of Ah Bao's cave. After all, that was the only place that they had not searched. Subsequently, under Hua Ting's unceasing pressure, Hua Yun had no choice but to tell Hua Ting everything that had happened that day. "What did you say? A mere 9-star half-martial emperor actually managed to stop a deacon of my Hua clan. You even brought 2 7-star half-martial emperors with you. You really are." After listening to Hua Yun's narration, Hua Ting's heart became even more infuriated. His gaze ruthlessly cut through the 3 people from that day, as if he wanted to devour them. After a long while, he finally took a deep breath, slightly closed his old eyes, and weakly said, "Pass down the order. Hua Yun's position as a deacon will be revoked from today onwards. In addition, he will be fined 10 spirit stones and 3 months' salary. The same goes for the other 2. In addition, they will face the wall for a month. Within this month, they are not allowed to take even half a step out of their homes." Under the terrified gazes of Hua Yun and the other 2, the Hua clan's guards entered from outside. They first brought the other 2 out. When they arrived at Hua Yun's place, the latter's entire body trembled as he knelt down. His eyes were about to split open as he kowtowed to Hua Ting and begged for mercy. "Scram! You'd best not let me see you again, unless you want to die." Hua Ting showed no mercy. With a wave of his sleeve, a frightening energy immediately surged out. With merely a single strike, he sent Hua Yun flying. After Hua Yun ruthlessly smashed through several walls in the courtyard, he landed on the ground with serious injuries. It must be said that this time around, Xiaoyan had escaped unscathed. Hua Ting was truly enraged in his heart. As the Hua clan's 3rd elder, he possessed a high status and authority. Yet, he had been reduced to such a sorry state by a mere brat. Not only had he failed to capture the culprit, he had even been grounded for a month. As the leader of the Hua clan, this matter had caused him to lose all face. "Right now, immediately, order people to go to Xian City and inform that bastard Lin Zhang to capture that 9-star half-martial emperor. This old man wants to personally consult him." Chapter 750. Xian City, Lin family residence. Old bastard. How dare you treat our Lin family like your lackeys? How dare you ask me to clean up after you, Hua Ting? In the Lin family's meeting hall, Lin Zihong's body trembled slightly as he sat on the main seat. With a furious look on his face, he violently threw away a jade strip in his hand. Lin Ran could not help but frown when he saw this. He walked over and picked up the jade strip. Then he lifted his head to look at Lin Zhang and asked in a puzzled voice, "Father, what happened? What did Hua Ting say?" Lin Ran's brows were tightly knitted together as he asked this question. Since his father was so angry, it could not be anything good. Take a look for yourself. That old bastard. When our Lin family rises in the future, we will definitely destroy your Hua family to show our Lin family's might. Under his sleeves, Lin Zihong's hands were tightly clenched into fists. His veins were bulging and the anger on his face was a reflection of his inner emotions. At the same time, Lin Ran injected a trace of spiritual energy into the jade strip in his hand. Then, The information contained in the jade strip appeared in Lin Rant's mind without missing a single detail. After a few short breaths, Lin Rant's expression quickly turned dark. Deep resentment gushed out from his eyes. Huating was treating them like his lackeys. According to the information contained in the jade strip, Huating wanted Lin Zheong to go to the Bai family's territory and capture the Beast King in the mountain range that they had searched previously. Soon, Huating would personally come over to ask about it. Furthermore, Huating had also threatened that if Lin Zheong did not handle this matter well, he would double the tribute that the Lin family had to pay this year. This was bullying. This Hua clan is really too much of a bully. Our Lin clan has done so much for them in the past. Now they actually suppress our Lin clan, just because of a disagreement. He is clearly venting all of the anger that Xiaoyan has caused him on us. Lin Ran frowned. The expression on his face was as gloomy as his father's. No wonder they were father and son. Their expressions were extremely similar. Humph. What's the point of saying so much now? We can only endure for now. The problem now is that even though the strongest person in that mountain range only possesses the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor, that place is the Bai family's territory. This is a bit troublesome. Lin Zheong coldly snorted. He could not help but furrow his brows. The territories of the 4 great clans usually did not interfere with each other. Even Huating was unwilling to step into the Bai clan's territory. His Lin clan was currently only a subsidiary force of the other 2 clans. If he stepped into the Bai clan's territory, he was afraid that the Bai clan would inevitably become the subject of ridicule. At that time, the 2 clans would jointly pressure the Lin clan, which would be even more troublesome. What should we do now? If we don't bring that bastard back, Huating will definitely vent his anger on our Lin family. When that happens, we will have to pay twice the salary and the Bai family. This is a huge price to pay. The Lin clan had already spent a lot of money in the previous auction. If they had to pay twice the salary now, it would definitely shake the foundations of the Lin clan. Damn it, I can't care about so much now. The Bai clan's territory is so huge, they can't possibly take care of everything. Moreover, if something really happens, we can just push the responsibility to Huating. Right now the most important thing is to capture that bastard. After making up his mind, Lin Zheong withdrew his thoughts. Whether or not he went was the most important thing. If he was able to safely bring that bastard back, this matter would naturally end here. However, if he was discovered, the result would be the same. Therefore, it was better to give it a try and test his luck. After which, Lin Zheong moved and flew towards the southern part of Xian City alone. That place was the Bai clan's territory. At the same time that Lin Zheong left Xian City, a white-clothed, young man at a certain spot in Xian City also saw this scene. Immediately, the white-clothed, young man gently raised his eyes. Both of his eyes stared in the direction that Lin Zheong had left in. He hesitated for a moment before moving and following close behind. The territory of the Bai clan was extremely vast. However, it was merely so in the eyes of an elite Dodi. With Lin Zheong's speed, he had already approached the middle of the mountain range below after a long journey in less than 2 hours. Lin Zheong, who was originally swiftly flying forward, suddenly frowned after arriving at this place. He had been busy with his journey, and was worried that he would bump into the members of the Bai clan. Hence he did not pay attention to his surroundings. Despite this, he was still able to sense a faint aura that had been following close behind him not long ago. Although Lin Zheong had left the other party far behind due to the difference in strength between the 2 parties, the other party had actually caught up with him a short while later. This involuntarily caused Lin Zheong's heart to be slightly startled. He wondered if the person who was following close behind him was someone from the Bai clan. A killing intent involuntarily rose in Lin Zheong's heart when he thought of this. Judging from the aura, the other party was clearly no match for him. If this person was a bandit from the Bai clan, Lin Zheong would take the opportunity to kill him and end everything once and for all. It would also prevent him from creating any trouble. With this thought in his heart, Lin Zheong immediately flashed and hid in the mountain forest below. He withdrew his aura and waited for the arrival of that person. A short while later, there was indeed a person who swiftly flew over from the distant empty space. Just as he passed by the empty space above Lin Zheong's head, the figure paused. He frowned and looked into the distance, as though he was searching for something. A short moment later, the young figure helplessly frowned. His handsome face revealed a suspicious expression. Immediately, his body moved and he continued to fly towards the depths of the mountain range. Lin Zihong's heart leaped when he saw this person in the mountain forest below. He did not expect to meet him here. At this moment, the fluttering white-clothed young man standing in the air was the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Zhan. Why is it him? This fellow usually does not step out of his house. Why would he appear here? However, looking at his appearance just now, it seems that he did not recognize me. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. Lin Ziyang quietly said in his heart. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. However, he did not dare to relax in his heart. When he saw Bai Zhan, Lin Zihong's body no longer soared into the air. Instead, he chose to move quickly in the forest below in order to avoid meeting Bai Zhan. On the other side, after Bai Zhan confirmed that he had distanced himself from Lin Ziyang, his body paused in the air. His eyes narrowed and a cold glint gradually appeared in his eyes. Chapter 751. The majestic mountain peak towered into the clouds. Under the sunlight, the shadow of the mountain covered a large area of the forest below. At this moment, a figure was moving rapidly in the forest. In a short while he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Unlike the dense forest in the distance, there was quite a large empty space at the foot of the mountain. At a glance, one could see the remains of quite a number of large magical beast corpses. The air was filled with a dense bloody scent that caused one to feel nauseous. Normally speaking, the cave of an ordinary magical beast would be arranged in a more secretive manner in order to increase its safety. However, this place was different. An enormous cave was purposely exposed. The skeletons of those magical beasts served as a foil to the majesty and overbearing aura of the owner of this place. It was likely that one would not be able to find a second place in the entire mountain range that could compare with this cave. At this moment, the target of that human figure was precisely this place. According to Lin Zihong's information, that 9-star half-martial emperor-level demonic beast was an extreme shadow leopard. It was the only 9-star half-martial emperor in this mountain range. It could be said that everything in this mountain range was under its control. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ziyang had already appeared in front of Ah Bao's cave. At the same time, Ah Bao, who was within the cave, appeared to have sensed something and instantly opened his eyes. However, this time around was different from the last time. The instant Ah Bao opened his eyes, a deep horror involuntarily surged out from within his brown-red eyes. Before this, Xiao Yan had never told him that the person who had come to find him would be as strong as a Dodi. Just who is this fellow? Why is it that even an elite Dodi has come in order to find him? This thought flashed across Ah Bao's heart in both shock and fear. However, he did not dare to be careless. The other party was after all an elite Dodi. He was merely a bandit. Since the other party had already arrived in front of his cave, how would he dare to not come out to welcome him? I did not know that Sir had arrived. Please forgive me. Ah Bao hurriedly exited the cave. He hurriedly bowed to Lin Ziyang, who was currently standing in front of the cave. At the same time, his mouth spoke respectfully. Don't try this with the old me. Speak. Did an injured human enter your cave? Lin Ziyang was already used to Ah Bao's actions. He was too lazy to be bothered. He coldly snorted and went straight to the point. Once these words were spoken, Ah Bao's heart was greatly shaken. He thought in his heart that the person in front of him was indeed here for Xiao Yan. However, his heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Xiao Yan who was in the cave or Lin Ziyang who was in front of him, both of them were existences that he could not afford to offend. If he were to accidentally let slip something, it was possible that he could take his life at any time. This caused Ah Bao to complain incessantly in his heart. Sir, I don't understand what you mean. After a long while, Ah Bao, who was prostrating on the ground, rolled his eyes, hoping that he could get away with it. Since you don't want to say it, I won't force you. But I have to warn you first, if you don't say it now, I won't do anything to you. But I can't guarantee that others won't do anything to you. Lin Ziyang coldly laughed. His gaze randomly glanced at the cave behind Ah Bao. Originally, he wanted to enter and search it. However, he gave up on this thought after a moment. Xiaoyan had already disappeared from this mountain range for a month. After such a long time, it was likely that the injuries on his body had already healed. How could he continue to stay in this place? Hence, Lin Xiang thought that he might as well bring Ah Bao back and report to the Bai clan as soon as possible. This would save him the trouble of worrying about being discovered by the Bai clan. Ah Bao's heart was immediately startled when he heard Lin Zihong's words. However, before he could think any further, Lin Xiang immediately attacked. He waved his large hand and a majestic douqi spluttered out from his palm. With just one move he easily subdued Ah Bao, who was a 9-star bandit. It must be said that a douqi was like an invincible existence in the face of a bandit. The strongest technique in the eyes of a bandit was like a fart in the eyes of a bandit. Ah Bao's expression immediately changed drastically after being subdued by Lin Xiang with one hand. He used all of his strength in hopes of escaping the restraint. However, the douqi that seemed to cover his body like a thin film was actually as hard as metal. No matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to escape. On the contrary, each time his attempt to escape became increasingly intense. The thin film that covered his body would shrink a little, forcefully squeezing his entire body. An even more intense pain was immediately transmitted over, causing Ah Bao to involuntarily emit waves of miserable screams. You really overestimate yourself. Obediently follow the old me back, and you might be able to suffer less. Otherwise, the more you struggle, the more intense the pain you will suffer. Lin Xiang parted his mouth and laughed coldly. The row of teeth he revealed appeared extremely dense. However, just as he was about to bring Ah Bao back to the clan, he was helpless against Ah Bao. All he could do was place his final hope on Xiaoyan. He hoped that this fellow would not forget the relationship that he had worked hard to protect and would save him. Sir, save me. A miserable screech was mightily emitted from Ah Bao's mouth. This voice was mixed with douqi, causing the entire mountain in front of him to tremble slightly. Soon after, the thin film of douqi that covered Ah Bao's body immediately became even narrower. Looking from the outside, his entire face had become distorted. However, at this moment, Lin Zihong's brows were knit together the moment Ah Bao let out a loud cry. An uneasy feeling involuntarily surged into his heart. The sudden loud cry of "Sir" by Ah Bao caused him to involuntarily think of Xiaoyan. Don't tell me that that fellow has not left? This sudden thought in his heart caused Lin Xiang to feel both shock and fear in his heart. He was shocked that Xiaoyan had yet to leave. This meant that he had found him. As long as he found the people from the Bai clan and the Hua clan to capture Xiaoyan, he would be the greatest contributor to this matter. On the other hand, his Lin clan would definitely receive a great reward. On the other hand, he was afraid that Xiaoyan's injuries might have already recovered after a month. This fellow had a terrifying battle record of killing a 3-star douqi in the outside world. Regardless of the truth, just this point alone meant that Xiaoyan was not someone that he could deal with. Once they fought, it was likely that he would immediately fall into a disadvantage. Lin Zihong's heart hardened when he thought of this. From Ah Bao's action just now, it was likely that Xiaoyan would intervene on his behalf. Once Xiaoyan's heart was on Ah Bao's side, Lin Xiang would immediately have an additional layer of protection. If he could borrow Ah Bao to cause Xiaoyan to hold back, all he needed to do was to send a message to the people from the 2 large clans. At that time, it would really be difficult for Xiaoyan to escape even if he had wings. Lin Xiang hurriedly controlled Ah Bao's body with the intention of grabbing the latter's throat. It was also at this moment that an extremely frightening spiritual strength suddenly descended. Not only did it shatter the douqi film that wrapped around Ah Bao's body, but it also directly pulled Ah Bao in the direction of the cave. Cuckoo Clan Head Lin, we have not met for a month. Why are you still doing such a thing? You want to use such a despicable method to threaten me. Clan Headlin really has a good plan. Unfortunately, you are a little late. Remember, in your next life, don't think so much if you want to kill someone. Chapter 752. Between Heaven and Earth, Xiaoyan's mocking voice leisurely drifted. On the ground below, Lin Xiang, who was standing in front of Xiaoyan's cave, had a green and white expression on his face. The muscles at the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched intensely. His gaze swept all around him, hoping to find traces of Xiaoyan. Haha, are you looking for me again? Aren't I right in front of you? Suddenly, an extremely clear sound of lips biting was transmitted from beside Lin Zihong's ear. It was as if someone was speaking into his ear. Lin Zihong's face was suddenly filled with shock. At the same time, the expression on his face changed, and his body hurriedly retreated. Only when he had retreated to the edge of the open space did he raise his head to take a look. He saw a young man wearing a black robe standing at the spot where he was standing a moment ago. This person was Xiao Yan, who had disappeared for a month. Xiao Yan. Lin Zihong's expression was extremely grave as he muttered in a deep voice. At the same time, the dou qi within the vortex within his body was also swiftly raised at this moment. He was prepared to face Xiao Yan at any moment. Although Xiao Yan's strength appeared to only be that of a 6-star half-martial emperor, anyone in the current western region who had some understanding of him clearly knew that behind this seemingly weak strength of his, there was a powerful destructive force that caused even Dou Di to feel fear. When facing him, no Dou Di would dare to be careless. Seeing this, Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled, revealing a playful arc. Coincidentally, after swallowing the jade bone fruit, his strength had already stepped into the late stage of a 6-star half-martial emperor. Even the might of his force elephant technique had increased slightly. He wondered what kind of might his force elephant technique would be able to erupt with if he were to fight now. This guy. Seeing the indescribable arc on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth, Lin Zihong's heart tightened. This kind of smile was extremely frightening in his eyes. Only God knew what this guy in front of him was thinking. Lin Zihong did not wish to lose his life in this place. Soon after, however, Xiao Yan suddenly frowned just as he was about to attack. Within his spiritual perception, there was another person who was swiftly flying in the direction of the two of them. It's him. Xiao Yan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that even he would come. A short while later, a human figure appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Lin Zihong's sight. At the same time, Ah Bao, who was hiding far behind the two of them, also noticed the newcomer. Immediately, a stunned expression appeared in his eyes. He was within the Bai clan sphere of influence, and was naturally well aware of this person's identity. This person was the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Zhan. Damn it! How did he discover the commotion here? When he saw Bai Zhan, Lin Zihong's already heavy heart instantly sank to the bottom. However, he immediately relaxed a little and thought of a solution. Clan leader Lin, why are you here? There's actually Xiao Yan. When Bai Zhan saw Lin Zihong, his eyes flickered slightly as he asked a question that he already knew the answer to. Then his gaze turned and landed on Xiao Yan. Deep within his eyes, a trace of astonishment could not help but flash. He didn't expect Xiao Yan to still be in this mountain range. Lord Crown Prince, you came at the right time. A few days ago, I heard that there was some movement in the depths of this mountain range. I'm afraid that Xiao Yan is still here. Hence, I specially came here today to observe. I did not report to clan leader Bai in advance. This is my fault. Lin Zihong did not hear anything from Bai Zhan's words. He pretended to cup his fists at Bai Zhan as he muttered to himself. From his words, it seemed as if he was admitting his mistake, but also as if he was asking for credit. No matter. Everything will be fine as long as we find Xiao Yan. A sharp glow shot out from Bai Zhan's eyes. Lin Zihong only thought that Bai Zhan was targeting Xiao Yan. He immediately coldly laughed in his heart. You are indeed just trash. You actually still have the thought of capturing Xiao Yan at such a time. Once you die in Xiao Yan's hands, the Bai clan. Lin Zihong coldly laughed in his heart. He immediately recovered and turned his gaze to Xiao Yan. It seemed that he was afraid that the latter would reveal the truth. Fortunately, Xiao Yan did not open his mouth. His gaze had landed on Bai Zhan since the beginning. Lin Zihong did not know, but Bai Zhan knew that Bai Zhan's strength appeared to be that of a 9-star half-emperor. However, his strength had already reached the middle stage of a 2-star Dou Di. Lin Zihong alone was not a match for him. Even Xiao Yan himself would have difficulty being a match for Bai Zhan without relying on the Northern King. Since you and I have met Xiao Yan today, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to attack together and capture him? At that time, you can bring him back to the clan and hand him over to the sect. This will be a great merit. Lin Zihong revealed an earnest smile to Bai Zhan. The gaze he used to look at the latter was as if he was looking at a fool. Baijan's eyes brightened. It was as if he had really been tricked. However, he quickly frowned and asked in a doubtful voice, "Clan head Lin, you won't be doing this for nothing, right?" Humph, pretending to be smart. Lin Zheong coldly laughed in his heart and hurriedly said, "Haha, what are you saying, heir? We belong to the same group and are all members of the sect. There is no need to treat us as outsiders. Right now, it is more important to deal with Xiaoyan first." Although Lin Zheong said this, he did not think this way in his heart. He was not a match for Xiaoyan alone. Of course, he did not expect Baijan, a 9-star half-emperor, to be of any help. He only hoped that Baijan would be able to hold back Xiaoyan, so that he could find an opportunity to leave this place. At that time, even if Baijan died, this matter would only be blamed on Xiaoyan. Lin Zheong only needed to go back and fabricate this matter to Huiting to get away. Naturally, he would be fine. This way, not only would his clan be safe, but he would also be able to get rid of the heir of the Bai clan. When the Bai clan was destroyed in the future, it would be the time for his Lin clan to rise to power. When he thought about the arrival of that day, Lin Zheong felt a little excited. "Heir, let's take action now and take down Xiaoyan." With a cold cry from his mouth, Lin Zhehong's body shook. The dou qi in his body immediately gathered on his arms. His pair of eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan on the opposite side. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted into an extremely cold smile. At the same time, Baijan, who was beside him, also grinned. He lifted his gaze and stared at Xiaoyan. The smile on his face gradually widened. Seeing this, the latter could not help but frown slightly. The dou qi and the cyclone in his body quietly turned to the left. At the same time, the Northern King in the storage ring was also secretly preparing. However, in the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Lin Zheong, who was beside Baijan, had already been beheaded. Chapter 753. This sudden turn of events caused Xiaoyan, who was on the opposite side, to be involuntarily stunned. He did not expect that the two people in front of him, who were about to attack him, would suddenly turn into such a state. Of course, the person who was the most sullen at this moment was likely Lin Zheong. Even until his death, he did not understand why Baijan, who was beside him, would attack him. The trash in his eyes, who he thought was a fool, had killed him at the most critical moment while he was unprepared. Who would continue to think that he was a fool after using such tactics? After all, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to hear that Lin Zheong did not have any good intentions when he said those words. Baijan appeared to have fallen into his trap. However, only at the last moment did Lin Zheong truly understand that Baijan was not a fool. Instead, he was too naive. From the beginning until the end, Baijan had treated the other party like a fool. The other party had also treated him in the same manner. It was just that Baijan was unable to see through it. Bang! Following a muffled sound, Lin Zhehong's corpse fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Fresh blood continued to splatter. After twitching a couple of times, it stopped moving. Baijan narrowed his eyes when he saw this. A sharp glint shot out from his eyes. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. At the same time, he raised his hand and aimed his palm at Lin Zhehong's corpse. Soon after, a wild suction force surged out from Baijan's palm. Lin Zhehong's body was immediately lifted into the air by this suction force. Baijan's hand suddenly withdrew. Following a miserable cry, Lin Zhehong's corpse once again smashed heavily onto the ground. At the same time, an illusionary body appeared in Baijan's hand. From the looks of it, it was Lin Zheong. In the Yuanwu continent, as long as one's strength reached the Dou D class, one's spiritual essence would not scatter even if one did not have a physical body. Hence, the current Lin Zhehong's spiritual essence within his body was completely undamaged. You are not a bandit. Only at this moment did Lin Zheong, whose body had already turned illusionary, truly realize that the strength of the Baijan in front of him was not that of a 9-star bandit. The other party's strength was even stronger than Lin Zheong at his peak. You are correct. However, it is too late. Baijan coldly laughed as he mocked. Why are you helping him? Don't you also want me to die? As long as I die, and with your interference, my father will definitely blame all of this on Xiaoyan. When my Bai clan and Xiaoyan fight to the death, your Lin clan will be able to replace my Bai clan's position. Baijan sneered. He had already roughly grasped the latter's thoughts. However, it was a pity that such thoughts were just wishful thinking in his opinion. Hearing Baijan's words, Lin Zhang couldn't help but reveal a deep fear in his eyes. He didn't expect the young Baijan to have such a meticulous mind. What the Bai clan could think of, he had thought of it without a single mistake. Boom! Immediately after, without waiting for Lin Zhang to struggle, Baijan's hand, which was pinching Lin Zhong's neck, suddenly exerted force and crushed Lin Zhong's neck. This time, Lin Zhong's life could be considered to have come to an end. After doing all this, Baijan finally raised his head and looked at Xiaoyan on the opposite side. He smiled and said, "Mr. Xiaoyan is truly a capable person. A month ago, you were still a middle-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. In the blink of an eye, you've already reached late-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. This sort of frightening cultivation speed is truly stupefying." Haha, I merely borrowed the miraculous effect of the jade bone fruit. It can't be considered much. Xiaoyan lightly smiled. He was not exaggerating. Hearing that, a radiance flashed through Baijan's eyes. He thought to himself, sure enough, Lin Zhang is dead. I believe that the Lin clan will soon discover that Lin Zhang is dead. At that time, they will inevitably send people over. Mr. Xiaoyan, do you still plan to continue to stay here? Baijan looked to Xiaoyan with a smile that was not a smile. Hearing those words, the latter frowned slightly. Soon after, the corners of his mouth curled up. He smiled and said, "Brother Bai's scheming is much better than this fellow's. Once I leave, the crime of killing Lin Zhang will be placed on my head. That way, the Hua clan will turn their attention to you and your Bai clan will have less pressure." Baijan frowned slightly. He did have such a plan. On one hand, he wanted to find an excuse for himself. On the other hand, he hoped that he would be able to use this opportunity to gather the Hua clan's attention on Xiaoyan. To his Bai clan, this would be extremely beneficial. However, looking at Xiaoyan's current appearance, it seemed that, forget it. Seeing that you helped me get rid of him, I can help you take the blame. However, I want something from you. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Seeing the smile that was lifted from the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth, Baijan's heart involuntarily tightened. Why did this smile give him a strange feeling? However, in the end, Baijan violently clenched his teeth and asked in a solemn voice, "May I know what Mr. Xiaoyan wants?" "That 5-star Do D-class monster core." Baijan's words had just sounded when Xiaoyan immediately spoke. At the same time, the latter's expression instantly changed. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched wildly. This action of Xiaoyan really had the feeling of snatching food from a tiger's mouth. That monster core was something that both father and son valued greatly. Although they knew in their hearts that the result of refining it would be greatly reduced, they were unwilling to give it up. At this moment, Xiaoyan had actually unceremoniously opened his mouth to ask for this thing. Even with Baijan's character, he could not help but have the impulse to curse at this moment. Baijan was quiet for a long while before he finally calmed himself down. A thought flew in his heart, but he was unable to think of a complete reason to reply to Xiaoyan. The monster core is in my father's hands. Perhaps I can accompany you here and wait for the arrival of the Lin clan. I think that the Hua clan will also send someone here not long later." Before Baijan could finish speaking, Xiaoyan interrupted him. Xiaoyan smiled as he looked at Baijan. His indifferent manner caused Baijan's heart to itch with anger. He wished that he could charge forward and bite Xiaoyan a couple of times. However, in the end, Baijan could only helplessly compromise. After all, that monster core might be a treasure, but compared to it, the future of the clan was more important. Hence, after Baijan quietly weighed the pros and cons in his heart, he finally threw a jade box that contained the monster core to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan did not inspect it. Instead, he threw it into his storage ring. The other party currently had a weakness that he could use against him. Naturally, Baijan would not dare to give him a fake one. Otherwise, Baijan should have expected that kind of result. "Thanks. We will meet again." Xiaoyan grinned and revealed a smile that was as bright as the sun. However, this smile caused Baijan to bitterly laugh when he saw it. Xiaoyan turned around and called out to Abao, who was carefully observing from afar. When Abao heard Xiaoyan's words, He immediately ran over and obediently followed behind Xiao Yan. The two of them swiftly flew towards the southern horizon. Bai Zhan looked at the direction where the two of them had gradually disappeared from where he stood. His face finally revealed a helpless expression. He looked at Lin Zhang, who had already died beside him, and cursed softly. Immediately he waved his sleeves and a cluster of turbulent flames immediately flew out, turning Lin Zhong's corpse and head into ashes in an instant. Chapter 754. After leaving the territory of the Bai clan, Xiao Yan conveniently brought A Bao with him. Although this 9-star half-martial emperor was currently very weak, as long as he was given sufficient time or the opportunity, it would be extremely easy for him to step into the Do D class. Next, Xiao Yan's target was to head to the south of the Shilin region, the Shilin mountain range. Currently, the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the medicinal pill had been gathered. It was time for Xiao Yan to refine the Bodhisattva returning pill. Once he successfully refined the Bodhisattva returning pill and obtained the icy spirit cold liquid, there would be hope for the ice spirit pill. Once the ice spirit pill was refined, it would be time for Xiao Yan to swallow the heavenly flame. Now the day of swallowing the heavenly flame was approaching. However, Xiao Yan also felt a sense of loss in his heart at the same time. Unlike an ordinary person who borrowed the strength of a heavenly flame, once he swallowed Guyu's actual body, Guyu's consciousness would disappear. At that time, Guyu, who had accompanied Xiao Yan, would completely disappear from this world. This thought caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel an endless loneliness. Of course, Xiao Yan also understood in his heart that this was Guyu's mission. Guyu's existence was to wait for Xiao Yan's arrival. According to Guyu's words, he was already tired of living like this. Haha, little fellow, there is no need to mind. It is inevitable that you will swallow the bone-chilling flame. The old me has been trapped in this world for too long. If you can successfully swallow the bone-chilling flame, it will be a kind of release for me. Guyu sensed the change in Xiao Yan's mental state along the way. He immediately made a guess in his heart. Xiao Yan quietly nodded in his heart after hearing Guyu's words. The disappointed expression on his face was also withdrawn. He led A Bao behind him and swiftly flew in the direction of the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. Currently, there was still more than a year left before the 2-year agreement between Xiao Yan and Lung Bingshuang. However, Xiao Yan had already found the medicinal ingredients to refine the Bodhisattva pill and returned here once again. Xiao Yan stood high in the sky. His gaze looked at the vast mountain range in front of him, which he could not see the end of. His heart finally sighed in relief. Arriving at this place gave him the feeling that he had found his family. Compared to the complicated emotions of a human, everything in this place appeared much more straightforward. The so-called good and evil were easily displayed in this place. At the very least, Xiao Yan did not need to scheme against the magical beasts in this mountain range. At this moment, even A Bao, who was standing behind Xiao Yan, also swept his gaze over the mountain range in front of him. A shock immediately surged into his eyes. Compared to the mountain range he was in, this place was simply boundless. Comparing the two, it actually felt like a small child in the presence of a great one. Perhaps, this Shilin mountain range would be tens or hundreds of times the size of his mountain range. Is this the Shilin mountain range? It is really huge. A Bao's face was stunned as he opened his mouth. Originally, he wanted to say something impressive. However, in the end, he realized that he did not know how to describe the mountain range in front of him. All right, let's go. We have yet to reach our destination. Xiao Yan smiled. His body moved and took the lead to fly into the depths of the mountain range. A Bao followed closely behind. Sir, A Bao has a question that I have always wanted to ask you. May I know? Just ask. A Bao involuntarily frowned during the journey and asked Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan faintly replied. He listened to A Bao's words as he swiftly rushed forward. That is, sir, may I ask if you are really a human? A Bao's Adam's apple moved slightly as he spoke, indicating the nervousness in his heart. Ever since Xiao Yan had recovered from his injuries, A Bao had always faintly sensed a faint pressure from Xiao Yan's body. This kind of pressure came from the bloodline pressure between magical beasts. Only magical beasts could sense each other. When he had first met Xiao Yan back then, Bao had not sensed it due to Xiaoyan's weak aura. However, after Xiaoyan had recovered from his injuries, that strange pressure had been emitted from Xiaoyan's body. The closer he was, the clearer he could sense it. It was because of this that he had such a question. No. Hearing Bao's words, Xiaoyan secretly smiled. He naturally knew the reason, but there was no need to reveal it to Bao. Bao felt somewhat helpless in the face of Xiaoyan's vague answer. He scratched his head and followed closely behind Xiaoyan. However, he carefully maintained a distance. Not long after, Xiaoyan brought Bao to the depths of the Shilin mountain range. The Sky Eagle trio were nowhere to be seen, but Xiaoyan knew where they were. Xiaoyan smiled. A thought passed through his mind, and the soul bead between his brows trembled slightly. Soon after, a majestic spiritual strength swiftly spread towards the mountain range below. After a few breaths of time, 3 figures sitting cross-legged in the depths of the earth suddenly opened their eyes. They raised their heads, and a fierce look appeared in their eyes. Who dares to spy here? Haha, there is no need to be nervous. It is me. Just as the expressions of the 3 changed, a somewhat illusory human figure slowly condensed in the empty space in front of them. These 3 were the 3 beast kings of the Shilin mountain range, Sky Eagle, Flame Lion and Xionggang. Xiaoyan. It's Xiaoyan. Brother Xiaoyan, you're back. The 3 of them cried out in surprise at the same time. The stern expression on their faces instantly turned into ecstasy. It seemed that there was nothing happier than seeing the person in front of them. Haha, 3 brothers, it's best if you come out and meet me. Alright. The 3 of them exchanged glances with each other when they heard Xiaoyan's words. They immediately nodded their heads in agreement. First, they sealed the underground space where the 3 of them were located. After which, their bodies moved and they left this place. A few minutes later, in the sky outside, 5 figures stood impressively. When the Sky Eagle trio saw Xiaoyan again, it was as if they were brothers reuniting. The 3 of them stepped forward and gave Xiaoyan a big bear hug. Only then did the 3 of them notice Bao, who was behind Xiaoyan. This is Sky Eagle frowned. The bloodline connection let him know at first glance that this guy was the same as them. They were all magical beasts. Moreover, he was also a 9-star half-emperor. Xiaoyan casually recounted what had happened in the Bai family's territory. Although it was an understatement, it still caused the expressions of the 3 in front of him to change. However, seeing that Xiaoyan had returned unharmed, they were able to relax. Right, brother Xiaoyan, you came back this time for. After coming back to his senses, Bai Ying first looked at Bao, who was behind Xiaoyan, then turned his gaze to Xiaoyan and asked in a puzzled voice. Haha, of course I'm back to fulfill the agreement. Chapter 755. Shilin Mountain Range within Tianying's cave. Xiaoyan and Tianying were seated within the large hall. As for Yan Shi and Xionggang, they thought that Bao was looking for a cave and had sent him away. Brother Xiaoyan, what you said earlier means, you have already finished refining the Bodhisattva returning pill? Tianying's face carried a trace of surprise. Ever since Xiaoyan had revealed his spiritual strength earlier, he had already sensed that the current Xiaoyan was no longer the same as before. He was no longer a rank 2 alchemist. In less than a year, the person in front of him had actually become a rank 3 alchemist that even an elite Dodi would treat with respect. The Bodhisattva returning pill was a rank 3 medicinal pill. Tianying's heart immediately thought of the Bodhisattva returning pill when he heard that Xiaoyan had returned to deliver the promise. No, I have only just found the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the medicinal pill. I have yet to begin refining it. Xiaoyan smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard Tianying's words. Although he had already become a rank 3 alchemist in the eyes of others, who would know that this rank 3 alchemist in name had yet to personally refine a true rank 3 medicinal pill. Tianying nodded his head when he saw this and said, It's fine. Since the medicinal ingredients have already been found, refining the medicinal pill is merely a matter of time. You have also had a tough journey. You should rest at my place for a couple of days. I can see that your aura is a little weak. You have only broken through to the advanced 6-star half-martial emperor level not long ago, right? Tianying first nodded his head. Soon after, he discovered another abnormality on Xiaoyan's body. He was surprised in his heart. He did not expect that Xiaoyan had actually broken through to the advanced 6-star half-martial emperor level so quickly. This kind of training speed was something that the three brothers could only hope to catch up with. Haha, it is merely borrowing external strength. It is nothing much. Xiaoyan smiled awkwardly when he heard this. He did not deny it. You're really a monster. Tianying's brows twitched. He involuntarily shook his head and smiled bitterly. Immediately, he randomly gave Xiaoyan some instructions before turning around and leaving this place. He left the remaining strength and space to Xiaoyan. All of a sudden, Xiaoyan was the only one left in the huge cave abode. Xiaoyan pondered for a moment. There was still a year before the agreement with Lung Bingshuang. During this period of time, it was completely enough for him to refine the Bodhi returning pill. His body lazily leaned against the back of the chair. Soon after, Xiaoyan's spirit was roused. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly stood up from the chair. Both of his hands were swiftly lifted from under his sleeves, revealing two fair palms. With a flick of his hand, a circle of pitch-black ancient scrolls appeared in Xiaoyan's left hand, while a palm-sized jade bottle appeared in his right hand. The pitch-black scroll was naturally the incomplete sage-grade cultivation method that had been auctioned off at the auction. As for the jade bottle, it naturally contained Xiaoxian's remnant soul. After Xiaoyan took out these two items, the empty space beside him became slightly distorted. Soon after, Guyu's body appeared. His eyes were firmly fixed on the black scroll in Xiaoyan's left hand from the very beginning. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Guyu appear by the side. He had originally intended to ask Guyu for advice. Unexpectedly, Guyu had appeared on his own. Old Gu, do you know what's different about this cultivation method? Xiaoyan softly inquired as he opened the scroll in his left hand. Immediately, a fragment of an ancient qi method was exposed in the air. At this moment, the jade bottle in Xiaoyan's right hand trembled slightly. There seemed to be a mysterious connection between the two that could not be seen with the naked eye. I can't be wrong. This must be the origin skill. Guyu's eyes stared intently at the small fragment of the qi method in front of him. Both of his eyes involuntarily revealed a deep surprise. This is unexpected. I really did not expect that this thing, which had disappeared from the continent for so many years, would actually appear here. Moreover, it has appeared together with him. This is really fate. Guyu smacked his lips. A gloating smile appeared on his old face. Just how many people had once gone crazy over the origin skill? Because of this thing, a countless number of people had died. However, from the looks of it now, no one recognized it even though it was placed in front of them. This allowed Xiaoyan to take advantage of it. Origin skill, huh? A sage-grade qi method. I wonder just how powerful it is. Xiaoyan revealed a curious expression when he heard Guyu's words. He looked at the qi method fragment in his left hand. A qi method that could cause Guyu to exclaim was definitely extraordinary. Haha, this origin skill is not only powerful. It is not an exaggeration to call it heaven-defying. Guyu smiled. He did not hide the praise in his words. Xiaoyan lifted his eyebrows. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart. Just how heaven-defying was this origin skill? To think that Guyu would repeatedly praise it. Origin skill. Based on what I know, anyone who practices this qi method will definitely be able to reach the origin venerate level. Guyu mused for a moment. After which, he spoke to Xiaoyan in a solemn tone. Origin venerate. A shocked expression immediately appeared on Xiaoyan's face when Guyu's words sounded. Origin venerate was a true top expert in the Yuanwu continent. An expert who stood at the top of the pyramid. Just what kind of qi method was this? It actually guaranteed that the practitioner would definitely be able to reach the origin venerate level. It was likely that even some cultivation geniuses, who boasted of their frightening talent, would not dare to make such a claim. But why would it cause ancestor Xiaoxian to react in such an unusual manner? Soon after, Xiaoyan recovered. The reason why he had taken out these two things was merely to find out why Xiaoxian's soul fragment had reacted in such an unusual manner. He was not concerned about just how frightening this qi method was. This is because your ancestor practices the origin skill. The qi method that he practices is of the same origin as this remnant scroll. This is why a mysterious connection is formed between them. What? Xiao Yan's expression changed drastically after Gu Yu's words sounded. From Gu Yu's words, it seemed that the qi method that Xiao Xian practiced was this origin skill. Don't be so anxious. If he had really practiced the complete version of the origin skill, how could his strength be stuck at the 9th star of the Do Sheng class? The reason why he was unable to break through to the Ban Di class was because his qi method was incomplete. Incomplete? The excited expression on Xiao Yan's face was slowly withdrawn. The excitement in his heart also gradually returned to calmness. However, the doubt in his heart grew. Could it be that the origin skill that ancestor Xiao Xian practiced was merely an incomplete scroll? There is no need to think too much about it. The origin skill that your ancestor practiced is indeed complete. However, the one that he practiced only allowed his strength to reach the 9-star Do Sheng class. Chapter 756. One's strength can only reach the 9th star of the Do Sheng class. Why is that so? Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily changed after hearing Gu Yu's words. He was surprised in his heart. Had Gu Yu not said that this origin skill would allow one's strength to reach the Great Origin Venerate level? Why had it become a 9th star Do Sheng in the blink of an eye? Brat, why are you so anxious? I have yet to finish speaking. Gu Yu softly teased. After which, his old face became serious as he continued. I have just said that the origin skill can allow one's strength to reach the Great Origin Venerate level. This is indeed the truth. However, I have also said that the origin skill that your ancestor practiced would at the very most allow his strength to reach the 9th star of the Do Sheng class. Xiao Yan was startled. Could it be that the origin skill was divided into different levels? This thought had just appeared in Xiao Yan's heart when Gu Yu by the side quickly opened his mouth. Based on what I know, the origin skill is divided into 3 volumes. That is really the case. Xiao Yan was startled. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. It was unexpected that there was such a ridiculous qi method. The first volume of the origin skill can raise one's strength to the Do Sheng class. There will be no bottleneck before one reaches the 9th star of the Do Sheng class. What? Xiao Yan's heart was greatly startled after these words were uttered. A qi method that could eliminate bottlenecks. Just this point alone made this origin skill worthy of being called frightening. As everyone knew, the so-called path of cultivation was bitter and arduous. Cultivation was not easy. Who knew how many people with great ambitions had their strength stagnated because of some bottlenecks on the path of cultivation? Originally, they had great cultivation aptitude, but because they were unable to break through their own cultivation bottlenecks, their cultivation ended. In the end, the cultivation geniuses could only fade into the crowd. There would never be a lack of people on this continent who had turned from a genius to a good-for-nothing. For example, Xiao Yan back then or Baijian, who had once competed with him. Of course, the latter was naturally pretending. But even so, he still couldn't escape the eyes of ordinary people. The bottleneck of cultivation could be said to be a fence that blocked the path of countless experts. If one could break through it, their future would be smooth. If not, they would be imprisoned on the other side of the fence forever, and could only be reduced to the background of others for the rest of their lives. But now the returnance technique could actually allow cultivators to avoid all kinds of bottlenecks on the path of cultivation. Didn't this mean that as long as one cultivated the returnance technique, no matter how poor one's cultivation talent was, they could use it to become a powerhouse overnight? Who didn't wish to transform into a dragon? Who didn't wish to become a peerless expert whose name would shake the world and be revered by the world? It was also because of this that so many experts on the mainland had gone crazy over the returnance technique. Don't be happy too early. This is indeed the reason why people have gone crazy over the returnance technique. However, how can it be so easy to become a powerhouse? Even the returnance technique cannot allow one to reach a bottleneck. Gu Yu poured a bucket of cold water over Xiao Yan's head while he was feeling shocked by the returnance technique. He immediately pulled Xiao Yan out of his imagination. I have already said that the returnance technique is divided into 3 volumes. Each volume has its own advantages. However, if one wishes to use the returnance technique to raise one's cultivation to the origin venerate, one needs to use the 3 volumes to complement each other. The first volume can help a cultivator reach the ninth star of the Dosheng realm, just like your ancestor. However, the ninth star of the Dosheng realm is the limit of the first volume. One needs to cultivate the second volume if they want to break through this barrier. Similarly, the second volume can only raise a cultivator's strength to the returnant's realm. If they want to break through, they need to cultivate the third volume. The connection between each volume is the two realms of Half-Emperor, Origin King, and the Origin Saint realm after the Origin Venerate. After cultivating the returnant's technique, the amount of time and difficulty required to break through these three realms will be several times that of an ordinary person. However, even if this is the case, it cannot hide the fact that the returnant's technique is powerful. This old man once heard that 1,000 years ago, someone had coincidentally obtained the complete set of this secret art. In a short 100 years, that person had actually leapt to become a peerless expert whose name shook the entire continent. That person's strength was something that few people could compare to even in that era. From this, one can imagine just how frightening this returnant's art is. Even with Gu Yu's mental fortitude, he could not help but reveal a shocked expression when he reached the end of his speech. It was easy to imagine that someone had become a peerless expert who could shock the continent in just 100 years. How could this not cause one's expression to change? 100 years might seem like a very long time, but it was merely the blink of an eye in the eyes of a cultivator. Just think of the sect leaders of the 4 great sects of the Western region. Every single one of them had cultivated for hundreds of years to reach their current accomplishments. On the other hand, it seemed like they had been sleeping their entire lives when compared to that person. Hiss hiss, Xiao Yan's throat rolled slightly. Since Gu Yu had already revealed such an appearance, he was naturally not in a much better state. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan gradually withdrew his mind. His eyes once again returned to the scroll in his hand. Immediately, Xiao Yan felt that this remnant scroll had become much heavier. If it was really as Gugu had said, this remnant scroll in his hand was related to the problem of Xiao Xian's strength after he was revived. Xiao Yan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing Xiao Xian no matter what. Old Gu, can you tell which part of the returnant's technique this remnant scroll belongs to? Xiao Yan lifted his eyes, turned to Gu Yu by the side, and asked curiously. Although there were quite a number of words on this scroll fragment, Xiao Yan was unable to understand any of these ancient and strange things. How would he be able to identify which scroll it was? This. I don't understand either. I can only see if you have the opportunity to find the other remnant scrolls. I can't tell anything from this small piece. If it were not for the abnormality of this jade bottle in the auction house, I would not have thought that this was the returnant's technique. Gu Yu helplessly shrugged his shoulders when he heard Xiao Yan's words. Seeing this, Xiao Yan could not help but feel vexed. Helpless, he could only temporarily keep it safe. As for the remaining remnant scroll that Gu Yu had mentioned, Xiao Yan would naturally try his luck. After all, it was related to his ancestor, Xiao Xian. After recovering, Xiao Yan's gaze once again looked at the jade bottle in his right hand. A smile surfaced on his face. Ancestor, please wait a little longer. As long as I gather enough spiritual origin, I will help you repair your soul as soon as possible. After which, Xiao Yan flipped his hand. At the same time, he stood up and walked out of the cave. However, the moment Xiao Yan kept the jade bottle in his storage ring, an extremely weak light lit up within the jade bottle. Even Xiao Yan did not notice it. /6_M. Chapter 757. 3 days later, a black-robed figure stood at the peak of the Shilin mountain range. Xiao Yan stood with his hands behind his back as he faced the blowing cold wind. He allowed the cold wind to blow at his black robes as his pitch-black eyes looked towards the southern horizon. At the end of his sight was a vast white world. One could faintly see the silhouette of some tall mountains. Behind the tall mountains was the hinterland of Shilin. Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly as he felt the incoming cold wind. Has the cold wind already invaded this place? Xiao Yan was naturally referring to the cold wind in the hinterland of Shilin. Even though the eastern wall had been sealed, the cold current had crossed over the tall mountains and spread towards the Shilin mountain range. Quite a large area of the forest had already been covered by ice and snow. That's right. The cold wind there is growing stronger and stronger. Moreover, That lord's injuries have yet to recover. After so many years, no one knows what will happen to this place if this drags on. Tianying's figure slowly appeared in the empty space to the side. His eyes were similarly looking towards the southern horizon. His eyes could not help but reveal a worried expression. They were born and grew up here. They were destined to stay and protect the Shilin mountain range. However, they ultimately did not wish to see this mountain range destroyed. Regardless of whether it was invaded by humans or drowned by the cold wind, the blow to the Shilin mountain range would be devastating. Is there no way to deal with this cold wind? Xiao Yan's brows were almost tightly knitted together. The cold current had spread from underground. Blindly sealing it was ultimately not a long-term solution. Once the cold current once again charged out of the ground, the Shilin mountain range would definitely become a living hell. It was simply impossible for an ordinary half-martial emperor to survive the cold current. Besides Lung Bingshuang, the strongest people in the Shilin mountain range were Tianing and the other two. Even the three of them were not confident in dealing with the cold current, let alone the others. Before Her Excellency was injured, she had been using her strength to forcefully suppress the cold currents, which prevented them from spreading throughout the entire mountain range. However, after Her Excellency was injured, her ability to suppress the cold currents became weaker and weaker. A few years ago, Her Excellency could no longer suppress the cold currents and could only allow them to spread. Fortunately, there was the mountain wall to block them. However, after what happened last time, the mountain wall clearly could not block them for much longer. It was also because of this that Her Excellency was in such an urgent need for the Bodhi returning pill. Tianing shook his head with a heavy expression. His words allowed Xiao Yan to understand why Lung Bingshuang was so concerned about the Bodhi returning pill. As the master of the Shilin mountain range, she needed to protect everything here. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Then he turned his head and said to Sky Eagle, "Old brother Sky Eagle, I will have to trouble you to help me clear the nearby mountain range." Sky Eagle's expression was involuntarily stunned when he heard this. He asked in confusion, "Old brother Xiao Yanyu, I think that it is time to refine the Bodhi returning pill." Xiao Yan pursed his mouth and smiled. He did not say anything else as he sat cross-legged on the mountain top. He waved his large hand and a light flashed. Soon after, a green-gold enormous medicinal cauldron landed in front of Xiao Yan like a small mountain. It was only at this moment that Tianing by the side finally recovered. Joy immediately surged onto his face as he nodded heavily. His body flashed and disappeared from the sky above the mountain top. Not long later, all the magical beasts within the territory of Tianing and the other two brothers deep within the Shilin mountain range appeared to have received an order as they swiftly withdrew from the periphery of the Shilin mountain range. Within a short moment, only Xiao Yan, the three Tianing brothers, and Ah Bao remained in this mountain range. On a mountain peak, the three sky eagles and Ah Bao stood there. The four of them raised their eyes and stared at the mountain peak where Xiao Yan was. The expressions in each of their eyes were different. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. His eyes slowly closed and his breathing gradually became even. He tossed all the thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind as his heart gradually calmed down. A moment later, Xiao Yan's body stopped moving. He allowed the medicinal cauldron in front of him to land heavily on the mountain peak. The area within 1,000 feet of Xiao Yan's body seemed to have formed a special area. It was as though there was an invisible wall. Each time the cold wind invaded this area, it would automatically scatter to the sides. Xiao Yan's body did not move even a little. His entire person was like an old monk who had entered a meditative state. All the distracting thoughts in his heart were abandoned by Xiao Yan. His mind was completely blank. His entire person had entered an ethereal state. He could not hear any sound in the world, nor could he sense any movement. In this manner, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged for a total of 4 hours. It was not until 4 hours later at a certain moment that Xiao Yan, who was on the mountain peak, finally slowly exhaled. His dark, deep eyes slowly opened. They were calm, much like a deep pool of water that one could not see through and could not see through. The thoughts in Xiao Yan's mind rotated. The medicinal properties of the various medicinal ingredients, and the medicinal formula of the Bodhisattva returning pill, clearly appeared in Xiaoyan's mind as though he was flipping through a book. Every step in detail was repeatedly formed in Xiaoyan's mind. A completed bodhisattva returning pill seemed to have appeared in Xiaoyan's mind. He sat there for another 2 hours. The setting sun was like a remnant of blood. In the distance, one could see a red sun that looked like a huge fireball. The scarlet clouds emitted a blazing light under the scarlet sun. It looked like a large flame burning in the sky. It looked like it was boiling, but also like it was about to be extinguished. PFFF. The mountain peak in the distance was like a giant beast that ate the sky. It swallowed a small part of the red sun. The setting sun was like blood, and it was even more gorgeous. At the same time, on the mountain peak, Xiaoyan had been sitting in front of the medicinal cauldron for a day. Billowing flames burned fiercely with a puff. The gorgeous flames emitted a radiance as bright as the sun. The terrifying high temperature was isolated by the medicinal cauldron, and the entire mountain range became bright in an instant. Even the red sun in the sky couldn't compare to this radiance. The moment the flames rose on the other side, on the mountain peak in the distance, the 4 people sitting with their eyes closed suddenly opened their eyes. Their eyes brightened, and their hearts relaxed. This guy, he's finally going to start refining pills. The flame lion parted his mouth and smiled. Half of the large stone suspended in his heart had finally fallen. He had waited for an entire day for this scene. It was unexpected that Xiaoyan would only unleash his flame at this moment. /54_. Chapter 758. The moon rose above the treetops. Unknowingly, night had already descended. Xiaoyan sat in front of the huge green-gold cauldron at the top of the cliff. Hundreds of precious medicinal ingredients floated in the air around him, forming a ring that surrounded Xiaoyan. A fierce flame burned within the medicinal cauldron. Xiaoyan controlled a couple of medicinal ingredients at a steady pace, and threw them into the medicinal cauldron. Under the refinement of the heavenly flame, those originally green and bright medicinal ingredients gradually changed color. Of course, this kind of change was extremely minute. An ordinary person would have difficulty sensing it. Only an alchemist could clearly see it in his mind by relying on his enormous spiritual perception. The process of refining medicinal ingredients was long and boring. It tested the alchemist's patience. At the same time, it also tested the alchemist's understanding of medicinal ingredients. The degree of refinement of each medicinal ingredient determined the final result of the refinement. This was directly related to the final result of the refinement of the pill. The quality of the finished product not only needed to consider the fusion of the medicinal ingredients at the later stage, but also the refinement at the earlier stage. It played a crucial role. The purity of the medicinal herbs was related to the quality of the medicinal pill itself, and the degree of purification was related to the number of finished medicinal pills. The more medicinal herbs were refined, the more pills would be refined. Otherwise, there would be nothing left. In the blink of an eye, half a month had already passed. It was said that there was no time in cultivation. However, refining medicine was not much different. In the end, it required a large amount of time to complete. As the saying goes, where there are gains, there are losses. From a certain point of view, refining medicine was a combination of gains and losses. This was even more so for cultivation. The roaring flames burned without any change within the green-gold cauldron. Xiaoyan's eyes were tightly shut. Half a month did not cause Xiaoyan to feel the slightest bit of fatigue. On the contrary, he felt that his temperament had become even more stable under the repeated refinement. Tianning and the other 2 would occasionally watch from afar with a bow. Under the might of the 3 people, not a single magical beast dared to take half a step into this place. The high-ranked magical beasts that originally resided in the depths of the Shilin mountain range had also helplessly retreated to the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range. This matter caused the various magical beasts in the Shilin mountain range to change their expressions. The humans outside the mountain range were also extremely puzzled by this. Damn it! What exactly happened in the Shilin mountain range? Why have all these high-ranked magical beasts come here? 8-star half-emperor level magical beasts. Such powerful fellows should normally be cultivating in the depths of the mountain range. Why have they appeared here? In the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range. They even more? of them even more. And in the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Time swiftly flowed by without Xiaoyan realizing it. The medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan had basically been refined into various states. They were either powders, viscous liquids, or some different colored liquids and plasters. There were over 100 types in total. On the peak of the mountain, Xiaoyan's seated figure did not move at all. He was like a statue. In the cauldron in front of him, several hundred types of medicinal ingredients that had already been refined were slowly fusing together under the control of the heavenly fire. When medicinal properties clashed, there would be medicinal ingredients that would neutralize them. When medicinal properties were compatible, there would be medicinal ingredients with violent medicinal properties that would fuse together. The process of fusing medicinal ingredients was slow and long. This step alone took Xiaoyan an entire week's time. Within the hot medicinal cauldron that was filled with a heavenly flame, clusters of thumb-sized medicinal ingredient essences were wrapped by the heavenly flame as they rotated. Following the pouring in of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, these medicinal ingredients began to approach at an extremely slow speed. An unyielding energy ripple erupted from within the medicinal cauldron the moment they made contact, scattering some of the surrounding flames. The two clusters of medicinal liquid were just like two wild and violent magical beasts. Neither of them was willing to show weakness. Allowing them to fuse together was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. With regards to this, even with Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, he could not help but feel a little troubled in his heart. It was indeed worthy of being a medicinal ingredient used to refine a Tier 3 medicinal pill. This kind of powerful energy fluctuation was not something that those Tier 2 medicinal pills could compare with. Fortunately, even though this process caused Xiaoyan to spend quite a lot of effort, the two clusters of medicinal liquid still slowly fused together under Xiaoyan's powerful spiritual strength. However, this was merely the beginning. After this, there were still quite a number of medicinal liquid that had yet to be fused. By the time Xiaoyan had completely fused these medicinal ingredients, another half a month had already passed. However, just as everything gradually appeared to be on the right track, the medicinal ingredients within the medicinal cauldron that were about to formally enter the pill merging process suddenly emitted a puff sound and turned into a pile of ashes in an extremely abrupt manner. The sudden appearance of this scene caused everything that Xiaoyan had done earlier to instantly turn into bubbles. His entire person was absent-minded for a moment. Fortunately, not long after, Xiaoyan recovered from it. Failing to refine a medicinal pill was simply a common occurrence for alchemists. It was just a failure. At the very most, they could just start all over again. The only thing that could be feared was that after failing once, they would not have the courage to face it again. This was truly pitiful. The first failure did not leave any complicated feelings in Xiaoyan's heart. Instead, it caused Xiaoyan to be even faster in his second refining process. Everything became smooth like flowing water. Even when it came to the crucial steps of refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill, Xiaoyan did not hesitate at all. Just like this, after more than 2 months, the second batch of medicinal ingredients in Xiaoyan's medicinal cauldron officially entered the pill-fusing process. This process was to separate and fuse the various medicinal ingredients that had been previously refined. After this process, it would be the final step of fusing the pills. As long as this step was passed, it would be the process of condensing the pills and nurturing the pills. This step was the most crucial and important moment in the entire refining process. It could be said that the success or failure of this step was directly related to the medicinal pill itself. If it succeeded, there was hope for the medicinal pill, and how valuable it would be. If it failed, it would turn into a pile of black ashes and become worthless. At this moment, some cold sweat finally flowed down Xiaoyan's forehead. /54_M. Chapter 759. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed since Xiaoyan had begun refining the Bodhisattva return pill. During these 5 months, he had failed to refine the Bodhisattva return pill once. After taking out the second set of medicinal ingredients, Xiaoyan was only left with 1 set of medicinal ingredients out of the 3 sets that he needed to refine the Bodhisattva return pill. In other words, Xiaoyan only had one chance of failing when refining the Bodhisattva return pill. With the first failure, Xiaoyan was even more cautious this time around. The various small errors that had occurred during the previous refinement were all eliminated by Xiaoyan this time around. Although some small unforeseen events had occurred during this period of time, it was fortunate that they did not have any impact on the actual pill fusion process. On the top of the cliff, Xiaoyan's statue-like body trembled slightly. His eyes, which had been tightly shut for many months, finally opened once again. His mouth exhaled a long breath. The huge rock that had been suspended high in Xiaoyan's heart had finally been lifted a little. The long and difficult pill fusion process was finally completed after bitterly persevering for over a month. Fortunately, Xiaoyan did not encounter any accidents this time around. Perhaps it was because his spiritual strength was stronger than an ordinary rank 3 alchemist. However, Xiaoyan was more inclined towards luck. He believed that it was because of his good luck that he was able to safely pass through this stage. In Xiaoyan's words, it was merely a fluke. Although the pill fusion process had been announced to be over, Xiaoyan's face had already turned pale. Even though he had already become a rank 3 alchemist, refining a rank 3 medicinal pill was not so easy. The amount of spiritual strength that was needed to be exhausted in this process was similarly enormous. Based on Xiaoyan's current spiritual strength, his spiritual strength would be completely exhausted after he finished refining the Bodhi returning pill. Of course, if he did not experience the previous failure, his condition would naturally be much better. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. After the pill fusion was completed, he could temporarily breathe a sigh of relief. However, it would not be long before he would once again have to concentrate on the next pill formation process. Beautiful flames rose within the enormous green-gold medicinal cauldron. A cluster of fist-sized viscous liquid was leisurely rotating within the flames. From time to time, a surge of energy would be emitted from it, causing the surrounding flames to be pushed back a little. Immediately after, the flames would once again pounce ferociously like hungry wolves. The same scene within the medicinal cauldron repeated over and over again. The battle between the flames and the viscous liquid did not seem to end. Xiaoyan, who was seated on the mountain peak, did not move his body. The flame mantra chi method followed, and strands of natural energy from the surroundings seemed to be attracted to gather toward Xiaoyan. While refining medicine, the consumption of dou qi was similarly not small. In order to refine those special medicinal ingredients as soon as possible, Xiaoyan had no choice but to expend even more dou qi to increase the strength of the heavenly flame. After using it for a long period of time, his body would naturally not be able to endure it. To be able to rely on the strength of a 6-star half-emperor to endure until now was already extremely good. Xiaoyan had not been sitting for 3 days. In the outside world, the original 3 great beast kings of the Shilin mountain range had now been joined by a new Abao. This more or less caused Tianing and the other 2 to feel conflicted emotionally. However, since this person was brought here by Xiaoyan, they naturally could not say much. Although they were usually amiable when they saw him, they had invisibly distanced themselves from him. Being isolated by these 3, Abao felt rather helpless in his heart. He was definitely unable to return to his original home, but there was no place for him to stay in the Shilin mountain range. This caused him to be at a loss as to where he should go. He could only place his hopes on Xiaoyan. The latter was very powerful. Since he was able to bring him here, he naturally had his own intentions. On the other side, Tianing and the other 2 actually did not know how to treat Abao. In terms of friends, it could be said that they did not know each other, let alone acquaintances. Although Abao had some relationship with Xiaoyan, the 3 of them had known Abao much earlier in comparison. They were even friends who had gone through life and death with each other. This Abao was truly too unfamiliar. Boss, do you think that this fellow will be up to no good? He has been staying on that mountain since 2 months ago and has been watching Xiaoyan day and night. Who knows if anything good will happen to him? On a mountain peak, Yanshi frowned as he stared at Abao, who was standing on a mountain peak closer to Xiaoyan. Both of his eyes involuntarily revealed a worried expression. To them, Abao was ultimately an outsider. No one knew what he was thinking. Once he had ill intentions towards Xiaoyan, It would still be extremely dangerous even with the three of them watching. Let's wait and see first. Don't jump to conclusions. It is fine if nothing happens. However, if something happens, we must not allow him to leave alive. Keep a close eye on him in the future. Be careful that he does not do anything that he should not do. Sky Eagle could not help but frown when he heard this. How could he not understand the meaning behind Yan Shi's words? However, this person was after all brought back by Xiao Yan. Since the latter had chosen to believe him, Sky Eagle naturally had no reason to doubt him. Of course, this was only effective under the premise that Xiao Yan was watching. Since Ah Bao was able to obediently follow Xiao Yan back, he should naturally be aware that Xiao Yan's fighting strength was far from what an ordinary person could compare with. What made Sky Eagle suspect was that the reason why Ah Bao was obedient was likely because he was afraid of Xiao Yan's strength. If anything happened to the latter, it would likely be troublesome. Sky Eagle quietly said in his heart. His gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yan, who was currently seated on the mountain peak. He could not help but feel a little worried in his heart. He was not worried about whether the returning Bodhi pill could be successfully refined. Instead, he was worried about whether Xiao Yan would be harmed. This was something that he could not tolerate. It was also something that he would never allow to happen. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Yan's side. He had used 3 days to recover his condition. Even though the effect was not ideal, it was not a problem if he used it to maintain the refinement of the medicinal pill. After passing the stage of fusing the pill, the next step was to condense the pill. The so-called condensing of the pill was to further fuse the irregular medicinal strength, causing the medicinal pill to truly take shape. The medicinal strength within the medicinal pill also had to completely fuse into one. Only then could it truly be called condensing the pill. The final result of condensing the pill would be a perfectly round medicinal pill. The pill fragrance would be released, indicating that the medicinal strength had solidified. It could truly be called a medicinal pill. As for pill nurturing, it was a process where the quality of the medicinal pill underwent a sublimation. This process completely depended on the alchemist's understanding of alchemy. It tested the alchemist's level in various aspects of alchemy. Ultimately, the quality of the medicinal pill also indicated the alchemist's ability. /54_. Chapter 760. Compared to fusing a pill, the method of condensing a pill appeared to be much simpler. Of course, just because it appeared to be easy did not mean that it was similarly easy to do. The process of condensing a pill tested an alchemist's control over both his spiritual strength and flame. His spiritual strength was used to condense the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill, as well as the temperature of the flame. If there was even the slightest difference during this process, it was possible that all the previous efforts would be wasted. With the flow of time, the originally fist-sized mottled viscous liquid within the green-gold medicinal cauldron gradually solidified. Finally, it turned into a longan-sized pill. Waves of surging energy were occasionally emitted from within it. It collided with the inner walls of the medicinal cauldron, and emitted waves of a groaning sound. The activity on this side was naturally seen by Tianying's group. The hearts of the three of them were also filled with doubt. They were true laymen when it came to alchemy. This little activity was really difficult for them to discern anything. Hence, all of their hearts were both shocked and joyful. Their eyes looked at Xiao Yan, who had been seated on the mountain peak for nearly half a year. A worried expression was revealed between their brows. This fellow has already been seated there for half a year. I wonder if he has successfully refined the medicinal pill. The flame lion frowned as he stared at Xiao Yan, who was seated in front of the medicinal cauldron on the distant mountain peak. His tone was filled with doubt as he spoke. Let's not worry blindly. How can the matters of an alchemist be known by the both of us? He is refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill. Even a Tier 2 medicinal pill requires a couple of months to refine. How can the time needed to refine a Tier 3 medicinal pill be any shorter? Xionggang by the side displayed an appearance as though he had already expected this. However, from the way he knitted his brows, his heart was not as relaxed as his words. Regardless of whether the refinement is successful or not, we cannot easily interfere. We can only wait for him to stop. The matters of an alchemist are indeed not something that we can understand. If he happens to be at a crucial moment, and is disturbed by us, We cannot bear this responsibility. Tianning frowned and said in a deep voice. The two people by the side nodded their heads with solemn expressions when they heard this. The Bodhi returning pill was a medicinal pill that was refined for Lungbing Shuang. Before ensuring that the medicinal pill was refined, they would not dare to randomly intervene. Once something happened, even if Xiaoyan did not find trouble with them, Lung Bingshuang would definitely not let them off easily. They were clearly aware of how terrifying that woman was. Also, don't forget about that guy. Keep a close eye on him. Xiaoyan has been refining medicine for almost half a year. I think it won't be long before he finishes. We can't let anything happen to him at this time. Understood. Soon after, Tianying's gaze once again landed on Ah Bao. Currently, other than quietly waiting for Xiaoyan's medicinal pill to be refined, the only other thing that they were worried about was Ah Bao. As the saying goes, time is like flowing water, flowing and never returning. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. The pill-forming process was finally completed. The originally uneven surface of the Longan-sized medicinal pill gradually became smooth and sleek under the heavenly flame. The moment the pill-forming process was completed, a rich pill fragrance was emitted from the medicinal cauldron and gradually spread in all directions from the mountain peak. This is the pill fragrance. That's right, this is definitely the pill fragrance. The appearance of the pill fragrance means that the refinement of the medicinal pill is gradually coming to an end. The Bodhi returning pill is about to be completed. On the mountain peak in the distance, Tianying's trio were sensitive enough to smell the faint pill fragrance in the air. Immediately, the three of them were wild with joy in their hearts. Once the Bodhi returning pill was successfully refined, there was hope that the injuries within Lung Bingshuang's body would recover. At that time, the cold flow that spread out from the interior of Shilin would also be interrupted. This was undoubtedly a good thing for the entire Shilin mountain range. Xiaoyan's figure was seated cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. Both of his eyes were tightly shut and his brows were tightly knitted. His pale face and bean-sized beads of perspiration on his forehead all described Xiaoyan's current condition. After nearly half a year of continuous pill refinement, even a rank 3 alchemist should have reached his limit. However, he had finally reached the most important stage of pill formation. Pill formation could be said to be important, but it could also be said to be unimportant. The pill formation stage could be said to be dispensable. Regardless of whether Xiaoyan persevered or not, the Bodhi returning pill was considered to have been completed after the pill formation. Even if it did not undergo pill formation, it could still be used. Of course, even if this was the case, the pill formation process also had its purpose. Pill formation was able to raise the quality of the pill that had already been refined. This step was related to the effect that the pill could unleash. As an alchemist, he naturally had to pursue perfection. Hence, Xiaoyan did not omit that last step. It was also because of this that no matter what, Xiaoyan would control the situation within the medicinal cauldron. Regardless of whether it was in terms of spiritual strength or the temperature of the flame, Xiaoyan would definitely maintain it in an absolutely stable state. This was not only for the icy spirit frozen liquid. At the same time, it was also to prove his ability as a rank 3 alchemist. Xiaoyan also wanted to understand just where his true limit was. Large beads of perspiration had already drenched Xiaoyan's clothes. With the flow of time, Xiaoyan's expression became increasingly pale. The dou-qi within his body was still wildly being poured into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Even though there was not much left, Xiaoyan still squeezed every single cell in his body, forcefully extracting energy from within in order to use it for the pill formation of the Bodhi returning pill. At this very moment, the glow on the dark black soul bead in his mind had also gradually dimmed. The originally ink-like dark black color gradually became grayish. Finally, it actually showed some signs of becoming transparent. Fortunately, the pill formation process had already ended. The pill formation process did not require too much effort. Within a short few days, the pill formation process had already officially ended. What he had to face next? Rumble. The instant Xiaoyan was about to complete the pill refinement in the medicinal cauldron, the sky above his head suddenly turned dark. The color of the sky changed. The dense dark clouds were like an enormous strange bird suspended above Xiaoyan's head. covering a large part of the mountain forest below. Pill lightning. The pale-faced Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze from the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He lifted his head and looked at the thunderclouds that were churning intensely in the sky. The corners of his pale lips were lifted into a smile at this moment. In the eyes of others, the pill lightning was as frightening as a demon. However, in his eyes, it was the best medicine. Northern King, it is your turn. Chapter 761. The sky above the vast and boundless mountain forest was covered by a dark black thundercloud that blotted out the sun. It was just like an enormous curtain. The originally bright and beautiful mountain forest below had suddenly become completely dark. The rumbling thunder was just like the roar of a huge beast. Under the thunder, the entire mountain range below seemed to tremble. A terrifying destructive aura spread from the thundercloud. Occasionally, thunderbolts would flicker from within, causing one's heart to tremble. This scene really gave off the feeling of the end of the world. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of the Tianning trio, who were constantly guarding Xiaoyan, and Bao, who was currently closest to Xiaoyan, to change. Immediately, the four figures moved in unison. They swiftly flew towards Xiaoyan, who was still seated on the mountain peak. The descent of the pill lightning was a destructive force that was second to none in this world. Under this force, unless the medicinal pill was destroyed, everything that blocked the pill lightning would be mercilessly and forcefully destroyed by it. The terror of the pill lightning was publicly acknowledged by everyone on the continent. Damn it. I have been so focused on this brat that I have forgotten about the pill lightning. Its terror is far from something that this brat can compare with. We must be quick. Xiaoyan does not have much strength left. Once the pill lightning falls, he will be finished. Tianying's body swiftly rushed to Xiaoyan's side. At the same time, his mouth let out an anxious cry. The expression on his face was extremely grave. Even they did not have much confidence in being able to block a pill lightning of this level. However, Xiaoyan was currently in danger, and they could not be bothered with so much. No matter what, nothing must happen to Xiaoyan. As for Bao, the three brothers did not have the mood to care about him at this moment. Currently, everything was focused on Xiaoyan. If anything happened to Xiaoyan, the three brothers would feel guilty for the rest of their lives even if the returning Bodhisattva pill was completed. Of course, they did not know that Bao was also thinking about how to help Xiaoyan at this moment. The moment these four people moved, the black mass of thunder clouds in the distant sky began to churn intensely at this moment. Soon after, an earth-shaking rumbling thunder sounded. A dark black shocking thunderbolt shot out from the thunder clouds and violently smashed toward Xiaoyan below. Damn it. Quick, faster. On the other side, the expressions of the Tianying trio changed. However, before they could do anything, the frightening thunderbolt had already descended and headed straight for Xiaoyan's head. The pale-faced Xiaoyan flicked his finger when the four of them saw that the thunderbolt was only a couple of 100 feet from Xiaoyan's head. A dark black light instantly shot out from the storage ring on his finger. It was just like an arrow that instantly penetrated the empty space. Soon after, it heavily collided with the frightening thunderbolt that was heading toward him. Boom! Immediately, an earth-shaking explosion resounded across the 9 heavens. A frightening energy storm instantly swept out from between the two. The four of them, who had yet to step forward, were caught off guard and were violently sent flying by the energy storm. After the four of them stabilized their bodies 1,000 feet away, they focused their eyes and were shocked to see a purple-gold human figure standing proudly in the sky. The human figure was expressionless. His eyes were empty. At this moment, he stood proudly in the sky like an invincible giant god. He had easily disintegrated the frightening thunderbolt that had fallen heavily a moment ago. Looking at the purple-gold human figure, who else could it be other than the Northern King? The thunderbolt spread and left a hole the size of an ordinary person's fist on the Northern King's chest. If such a heavy blow landed on an ordinary person's body, even if that person was lucky enough to not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Although the Northern King had suffered such a heavy blow at this moment, numerous black thunderbolts were swiftly emitted from within his body. They swiftly flowed over the enormous hole. Within a short couple of breaths, the hole had once again become flat. If one were to carefully observe it, one would discover that the purple-gold color that covered the Northern King's body was becoming denser. This indicated that the Northern King's strength as a one-star Do-D was gradually increasing. Pill lightning was indeed the best medicine for the Northern King to advance his strength. The faces of the 4 people who had been forced back immediately revealed shocked expressions when they saw the scene in front of them. The 4 of them had seen the Northern King before and knew that he was a puppet. His strength was stronger than any of the 4 of them. However, they did not expect the Northern King to be this strong. Just from this point alone, it was likely that even an ordinary elite Do-D would not have the courage and strength to shake the pill lightning. This fellow, he never planned on getting our help from the start. Hey, as expected, not only is he a monster himself, but even the things in his hands are also extremely monstrous. The strength of this puppet has long since surpassed that of a Do-D. TSK, we have trained for hundreds of years, but we are merely 9-star bandits. In the end, we are actually not as strong as a puppet. We are truly ashamed. The eyes of the 3 brothers revealed shock as they stared at the Northern King in the sky. They immediately faced each other. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a sweaty expression. At the same time, Bao, who was on the other mountain peak, was also in a similar state. Suddenly, the Northern King, who was standing in the sky, raised his head and cried out. His voice was indifferent and did not contain the slightest emotion or fear. It was as though he was provoking the Northern King. He wanted to shatter this pill lightning. Today, the Northern King wanted to fight against the strength of this world. Rumble. The Northern King's cry seemed to have caused the thunderclouds to sense a provocation and threat. The originally churning thunderbolts became even more intense at this moment. Thunderbolts rolled and churned unceasingly. The thunderbolts that would occasionally descend were like numerous horned dragons. Bang! Until a certain moment, as the thunderclouds churned, another shocking bolt of lightning suddenly descended. This thunderbolt was even thicker and stronger. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was much stronger than the previous one. The frightening aura that spread from it caused one's back to feel a chill. The 4 people in the distance involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva when they saw this. They were certain that if they were in the Northern King's shoes, it was likely that they would lose all their fighting strength with just this thunderbolt. However, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth carried an excited smile as he sat cross-legged on the mountain peak at this moment. /54_. Chapter 762. From Xiao Yan's point of view, the strength of the pill lightning did not pose any threat to him. Instead, it was filled with an endless amount of temptation. This point was just like a naked beauty. No matter how she swayed her body in front of you, it might cause one to feel that it was boring. However, if she was dressed in a sexy manner, perhaps a small action would cause one to go crazy. Perhaps at this moment, this pill lightning was like this in Xiao Yan's eyes. Bang! Soon after, an earth-shaking explosion once again resounded over the clouds. The entire mountain range below shook intensely at this moment. The mountain forest swayed and the huge rocks shook. It was as though an earthquake had occurred. The thunderbolt was broken. The Northern King continued to stand proudly. The purple-gold color on its body was extremely dense. Even the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was curled higher and higher. On the other hand, the thundercloud in the sky trembled intensely. It appeared to be furious and also frightened. Rumble! 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 Soon after, mighty thunderbolts arrived one after another. They appeared endless. The Northern King became increasingly courageous as it fought. Regardless of how strong the thunderbolts were, they were unable to withstand a single blow from the Northern King's fist. Regardless of how strong the thunderbolts were, the Northern King was not afraid. It could be said that he would deal with whatever came his way. In a few hours, the Northern King had continuously received nearly 100 bolts of lightning. However, in the end, the Northern King still stood proudly in the sky. On the other hand, the huge thundercloud seemed to have shrunk. The thundercloud that originally covered the sky had now shrunk to the point where it could only cover the few mountains below. Seeing such a scene in the sky, the 4 people outside the battle circle were already dumbfounded. These 4 people had naturally discovered the change in the Northern King's body. The Northern King's strength seemed to be growing in the face of the thunderbolts. Each time the thunderbolt struck, the Northern King's strength would become even greater. After nearly 100 strikes, the Northern King's strength was likely comparable to an advanced 1-star Do-D. It was difficult to imagine just how much the Northern King's strength would rise once the thundercloud in the sky completely scattered. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, had already swallowed a medicinal pill that recovered Do Qi and was doing his best to refine it. The loss of soul energy made Xiao Yan's head feel heavier and heavier. This was a sign that he was about to faint. But before that, Xiao Yan still had something to resolve. That was the pill in the cauldron in front of him. Bodhi returning pill. Xiao Yan had already set up the pill transforming ring long ago. His goal was to prepare for this final moment. Now that the time had come, there was not much Do Qi left in his body. In order to have the ability to retrieve the medicinal pill from the medicinal cauldron in front of him, Xiao Yan had no choice but to endure for a little longer. Buzz buzz buzz. It was also at this moment that the Bodhisattva returning pill that had already been refined within the medicinal cauldron seemed to have come alive. The perfectly round medicinal pill violently trembled within the medicinal cauldron, before heavily colliding against the inner wall of the medicinal cauldron. Clang! Immediately, a bell-like sound spread. Soon after, however, Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged, waved his large hand. The top cover of the medicinal cauldron in front of him emitted a bang sound as it opened. In the next moment, a round medicinal pill automatically leaped out from within. After being distorted for a moment in midair, it transformed into a human shape. From the looks of it, it was actually no different from Xiao Yan. Jie. Thank you very much. I have been nurtured in your medicinal cauldron for half a month. The strength in my body has become even stronger. Thank you for giving me this body. But now, I should leave. Cuckoo, leave? Do you think that you can leave? Hearing the strange laughter that was emitted from the mouth of this Xiao Yan in front of him, Xiao Yan, who was the actual body, coldly laughed. Since he was able to refine the latter, how could he easily allow him to leave? Oh. Ga. I really can't think of any method that the current you can use to make me stay. The human figure once again laughed strangely. His tone was filled with cold laughter. It seemed that he did not believe that Xiao Yan, who was currently in such a weak state, would have any method to make him stay. If they were to compare strength with his current peak condition, it would be as easy as flipping his hand if he wanted to kill Xiao Yan. Cuckoo, Xiao Yan laughed faintly. He did not explain further. Instead, he raised both of his hands. Following the thought in his heart, his 10 fingers moved together. Complicated seals were swiftly formed from his fingertips. At the same time, a strange ring of fire suddenly rose around the human figure's body. This is the transforming pill ring. How did you? Transforming pill ring withdraw. Xiao Yan completely ignored the shocked expression that was revealed on the latter's face. His tone was indifferent as he coldly spat out a sentence from his mouth. Soon after, the fire halo that surrounded the human figure was swiftly withdrawn. Damn it. So what if it's the transforming pill ring? I don't believe that I can't break this damn thing today. Knowing that there was no way to retreat, the human figure immediately made up his mind. He decided to use offense as a form of defense. If he could break it, he would naturally be free to move forward. If he could not, he could only accept his fate. Bang bang bang. Unfortunately, no matter how much he struggled, the energy that gushed out from his palm became increasingly thin. Soon after, a mysterious light wrapped around his entire body. In a short moment, the huge human figure once again returned to the size of a pill. Xiao Yan reached out his hand and beckoned. The pill was kept in a jade bottle that he had prepared beforehand. With a flip of his hand, he kept it in his storage ring. Soon after, Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and looked at the sky above his head once again. At this moment, the thunderclouds were about to disperse. Hundreds of thunderbolts bombarded the Northern King's body. In the end, the only result was that the latter had become even more powerful. Bang! After another fierce bombardment, the dark black thunderclouds that had covered the entire mountain forest in the sky finally scattered at this moment. When one looked at the sky again, it was already close to dusk. The pill lightning scattered, and the Northern King once again returned in front of Xiao Yan. At this moment, the latter had already fainted. However, he could not wait to find out about the Northern King's current condition. Therefore, he had forcefully endured. The Northern King arrived in front of Xiaoyan. A smile surfaced on the latter's pale face. He forcefully opened his eyes and swept them over the Northern King in front of him. When he saw the increasingly dense purple-gold color on the Northern King's body, Xiaoyan involuntarily nodded. Just from this point alone, the strength of the current Northern King was likely comparable to an initial 2-star Dodi. This was something that he had not expected. /54_. Chapter 763. After the pill lightning scattered, Xiaoyan, who had subdued the Bodhi returning pill, collapsed on the top of the cliff and fell into a deep sleep. After refining pills for over half a year, Xiaoyan's body and mind had reached an extremely weak state. Xiaoyan really needed to rest right now. However, he had never imagined that this sleep would last for half a month. During this half a month, Xiaoyan's body lay on the top of the cliff like a corpse. The wind could not move him at all. The Northern King was like a metal tower, guarding Xiaoyan's side. No one was allowed to take half a step closer with him standing there, not even the 3 sky eagles. This point caused the hearts of these 3 brothers to be extremely anxious. Although the medicinal pill had already been refined, their hearts were extremely worried when they saw Xiaoyan's manner. They were afraid that something would happen to Xiaoyan, because he was refining the medicinal pill. That would really be a loss for the 3 of them. During this half a month, Tianying's group and Bao had confessed to each other about the matter from before. Although Bao admitted that his actions were to help Xiaoyan, the hearts of Tianying's group still contained some doubt. Bao was also in a state of tacit agreement. If he wanted to truly join this place, he naturally had to have doubts from the start. Otherwise, it would be laughable if he really treated everyone here as a greenhorn. This was the Shilin mountain range, the place where all the powerful magical beasts gathered in the Shilin region. They did not accept mediocre people here. At the same time, news of the natural phenomenon that had appeared in the Shilin mountain range half a month ago rapidly spread in the outside world. The 4 great clans, the Bai clan. Father, have you heard? It happened half a month ago. Bai Ying and his son were seated in the discussion hall. At this moment, Bai Ying held a cup of tea in his hand. He listened to Bai Zhan's statement while gently sipping the tea in his cup. When he heard Bai Zhan's words, Bai Ying put down the teacup in his hand. He lifted his gaze and looked at Bai Zhan opposite him. He nodded and said, "Of course I've heard of it. How can I not have heard of such a spectacular sight when the thunderclouds covered the entire mountain range? What do you think it is? Is someone undergoing an emperor tribulation or something else?" Bai Zhan frowned slightly and asked in a doubtful tone. Emperor tribulation. You should know what it means. Moreover, it's not like you haven't seen something like that before. Although it's possible, I don't think it's an emperor tribulation. Then what is it? Bai Ying smiled as he stared at Bai Zhan and asked, "What are you talking about? Then what are the other things you were referring to just now?" Pill lightning? Bai Zhan was startled and he could not help but ask. Yes, it shouldn't be wrong. A tier 3 pill. Otherwise, ordinary tier 2 medicinal pills wouldn't be able to summon that level of pill lightning. When he heard Bai Ying's guess, Bai Zhan quickly spoke. Soon after, the father and son looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths lifted, revealing a meaningful smile. It's been half a year since that guy last disappeared. I don't think there's a second person who can create such a scene in the Shilin mountain range. Bai Ying said with a smile. Surprise involuntarily flowed out from his eyes. The latter had actually chosen the Shilin mountain range to refine pills. Was he not afraid of being targeted by the guy inside? However, when he thought about it, it made sense. Given the latter's strength and personality, he might feel safer in the Shilin mountain range compared to refining pills in human territory. Xiaoyan. Bai Zhan's eyes narrowed as he muttered the name. He could not help but think back to half a year ago. As the young master of the Bai clan, he had actually been threatened by Xiaoyan and forced to hand over his precious monster core. Even now, he felt extremely depressed when he thought about it. Father, should we send someone to take a look? What if those 3 clans? There is no need. Let them go if they want to. Since Xiaoyan dared to choose that place to refine medicine, he would not do so without a certain degree of confidence. If the 3 clans really have the guts to go, then let them go. Let's see how many of them go and how many of them return. Bai Ying laughed coldly before Bai Zhan's words sounded. Currently, those 3 clans had placed Xiao Yan on the blacklist of those who must be killed. Because of him, the 3 clans had each lost a Do D class expert. This was undoubtedly a serious blow to the clans. From the looks of it, it seemed that only his Bai clan was not affected. Alright, you should go back and train. Make some preparations. I heard that the strength of that brat from the Zhuo clan is about to enter the 3-star Do D class. He is the future hope of the Zhuo clan. Bai Ying narrowed his eyes. A disdain was revealed deep within his eyes. The expression on Bai Zhan's face paused when he heard this. He immediately laughed softly, stood up, and left the large hall. Xiao Yan, just what kind of person are you? I am really curious. Unfortunately, the more curious I am, the more I should stop. Curiosity kills the cat. Only by being careful can one sail a boat for 10,000 years. A faint sigh sounded within the large hall. Immediately, Bai Ying, who was seated on a chair, gradually distorted his body and slowly disappeared. Shilin Mountain Range. Xiao Yan, who had been in a deep slumber for half a month on the mountain peak, finally woke up at this moment. Xiao Yan subconsciously raised his right hand to block the sunlight the moment the bright sunlight shot into his eyes. It was only a couple of breaths later that Xiao Yan gradually adapted to the sunlight that seeped through the gaps between his fingers. Xiao Yan sat up and saw the Northern King standing guard by his side. His eyes swept across the sky, but Tian Ying's group was nowhere to be seen. A thought passed through his heart, and a vast and mighty spiritual strength swiftly spread out from deep within his brows. In the blink of an eye, he had discovered the traces of these 4 people. Half a month of deep sleep had allowed Xiao Yan's condition in all aspects to once again recover to its peak. It must be said that no matter how much rest he had, it was not as comfortable as having a good sleep. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. His body once again sat down. He did not intend to disturb the 4 of them. At this moment, Xiao Yan still had something to do. Xiao Yan lifted his hand and rubbed the patterns on the Luo Tian cauldron in front of him. He involuntarily felt some pity in his heart. He had been in a deep slumber for half a month, and the medicinal cauldron in front of him had been blown by the wind for half a month. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a little reluctant in his heart. Soon after, the hand that was rubbing the medicinal cauldron gently trembled. With a pop sound, a fierce flame once again rose within the medicinal cauldron. The Bodhi returning pill had been refined. Next, Xiao Yan planned to refine the Emperor Tribulation pill. /54_M. Chapter 764. Xiao Yan used half a year to finally complete the refinement of the returning Bodhisattva pill. However, Xiao Yan did not immediately start refining the Icy Spirit pill. Instead, he restarted the medicinal cauldron and prepared to refine the Emperor Tribulation pill. Xiao Yan already had 1 Emperor Tribulation pill on him. Naturally, he did not need more. The Emperor Tribulation pill that Xiao Yan was currently refining was prepared for the 4 of them. Tianning and the other 2 had already reached the peak of the advanced 9-star half-martial Emperor realm. They only lacked an opportunity to truly break through to the Do D realm. This opportunity was the Emperor Tribulation pill. Xiao Yan had already promised the 3 of them that he would refine an Emperor Tribulation pill for each of them. However, due to various reasons, he was unable to refine one in the past. However, such a great opportunity was now placed in front of Xiao Yan. How could he easily miss it? As for Ah Bao, Xiao Yan and him were at most in an employer-employee relationship. If they were closer, they were merely acquaintances. The reason why Xiao Yan helped Ah Bao was because Xiao Yan had taken a fancy to Ah Bao's future potential. Although most of the magical beasts gathered in the Shilin Mountain Range, there were very few truly powerful magical beasts. Even though Tianning and the other 2 had already broken through to the Do D class, they were merely 3 elite Do D. Without the addition of Lung Bingshuang, the overall strength of the Shilin Mountain Range could be said to be extremely weak. It was impossible for them to be compared with the factions in the outside world, let alone stand opposite the 4 great sections. Even if the addition of Ah Bao could not cause the overall strength of the Shilin Mountain Range to increase, the addition of an elite Do D would at least share some of the pressure for the Shilin Mountain Range. Of course, from the current point of view, the current Ah Bao only had expectations. He was only a future elite Do-di. As for now, whether they could recruit him was the most important thing. As for how to recruit him, the Emperor Tribulation Pill was undoubtedly the best choice. Given Xiao Yan's status as a rank 3 alchemist and the allure of the Emperor Trial Pill, Abao had no reason to reject him. Moreover, as long as Abao could stay in the Shilin mountain range for a period of time, Xiao Yan could guarantee that he would never leave again. After all, the treatment and resources that he could enjoy in this place were undoubtedly many times better than the outside world. As long as he was not a fool, he would definitely not easily leave this place. The Emperor Tribulation Pill was an Emperor-grade pill. For the current Xiao Yan, it was undoubtedly much easier to refine. Whether it was in terms of the strength of his spiritual strength or Do Qi, Xiao Yan did not feel any pressure refining an Emperor Tribulation Pill. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan planned to refine 4 Emperor Tribulation Pills at the same time. As soon as he thought of doing so, the lid of the medicinal cauldron was opened and 4 sets of medicinal ingredients for refining the Emperor Tribulation Pill were thrown into the medicinal cauldron by Xiao Yan. Soon after, the raging flame pounced on the medicinal ingredients like a hungry wolf. The frightening temperature was completely displayed at this moment. Each medicinal ingredient rapidly withered under the high temperature of the heavenly flame. Within a short 4 hours, all the medicinal ingredients that were thrown into the medicinal cauldron had turned into clusters of medicinal liquid and powder. With the increase in his strength, refining an Emperor-grade pill was as easy as flipping his hand for Xiao Yan. Even though he was refining 4 Emperor-grade pills at the same time, Xiao Yan was still able to easily refine them. Half a month. In less than half a month, it was time to fuse the 4 Emperor Tribulation Pills. Moreover, the purity of each cluster of medicinal liquid was impeccable, and all of them were in their best condition. It was also because of this that the quality and medicinal properties of the pills refined would naturally be even more perfect. In the outside world, Tianning and the other 3 had also discovered Xiao Yan's unusual condition. Originally, they thought that the latter would look for them after he woke up. However, they did not expect that the latter would wake up and actually refine pills again. This fellow, don't tell me that he is already refining the ice spirit pill. What a lunatic. No, that's impossible. I heard him say that the last medicinal ingredient needed to refine the ice spirit pill, which is also the most important one, is the ice spirit liquid. From the looks of it, he has yet to hand over the Bodhi returning pill to Sir. Therefore, it is impossible for him to obtain the ice spirit liquid, and even more impossible for him to start refining the ice spirit pill. Tianning gently shook his head and retorted when he heard Xiongang's words. However, just as Xionggang was about to voice his doubts, the sky above Xiao Yan's head suddenly changed. The color of the sky changed and dark clouds churned. From the looks of it, pill lightning was gathering again. This is pill lightning. How can it be so fast? The last time, it took half a year. Why is this? Tianning and the other 2 were astonished. They did not expect the pill lightning to come so quickly this time. However, looking at this pill lightning, it seems to be much smaller than the previous one. The pills that he is refining should not be a tier 3 pill. Very quickly, the few of them found some clues from the pill lightning. This time around, the 4 of them did not move when the pill lightning appeared. They did not intend to step forward and help. With the experience from the last time, they clearly understood in their hearts that Xiao Yan did not need their help in dealing with this pill lightning. Soon after, thunderbolts fell from the high sky. Although Xiao Yan was refining D-tier medicinal pills, the pill lightning that was created by 4 D-tier medicinal pills was not weak. The merging of the 4 thunderbolts was undoubtedly even stronger. However, to the North King, these bolts of lightning were nothing. Even if the 4 bolts of pill lightning were to strike him together, they would not be able to withstand it. With the tempering of these thunderbolts, the purple-gold color on the Northern King's body became denser. After being struck by dozens of thunderbolts, the Northern King's strength had successfully advanced to a new level. Intermediate 2-star Do-di. Of course, after exhausting all of these thunderbolts, the Northern King's strength had barely reached this level. It was likely that it was still lacking if it wanted to truly break through. Xiao Yan adopted an indifferent attitude toward this. It was merely a pill lightning that was ignited by a D-tier medicinal pill. He did not place much hope on it. At this moment, the only thing that could truly help the Northern King's strength was the pill lightning that was ignited by a Tier 3 medicinal pill or above. Only then could it truly help the Northern King. These were merely small fries. After the pill lightning scattered, Xiaoyan easily kept the 4 medicinal pills into a jade bottle. After which, he put away the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He turned around and smiled as he looked at Tianying's group. After over half a year of painstakingly refining medicine, he had already obtained the returning Bodhisattva pill and the Emperor Calamity pill. Next, Xiaoyan only needed to wait for the icy spirit cold liquid to be ready before he could begin refining the icy spirit pill. Xiaoyan smiled and withdrew his thoughts. After which he faced the 4 people from Tianying/54_M. Chapter 765. Shilin Mountain Range, within Tianying's cave dwelling. Xiaoyan, Tianying, and the rest were a total of 5 people. Each of them was seated in a large hall. Haha, young brother Xiaoyan, you have really caused us to be extremely anxious while refining the medicinal pill this time around. We are afraid that something will happen while you are refining the medicinal pill. If that happens, we will not be able to bear the responsibility. The Flame Lion first glanced at Bao. Only then did he look at Xiaoyan, and spoke in a seemingly joking manner. A glint involuntarily flashed deep within Xiaoyan's eyes when he heard this. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. The medicinal pill refinement this time around can be considered smooth. In that case, the returning Bodhisattva pill has been successfully refined?" Even though he had already seen the pill lightning, Tianying still could not resist asking. Xiaoyan pursed his mouth and smiled when he heard this. He nodded and said, "I was lucky enough to succeed. I was lucky enough to successfully refine it. At least I didn't let you down." TSK, young brother Xiaoyan is really a genius of this generation. Not only do you possess great strength, but your medicinal pill refinement skills are also peerless in this world. Ha 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 ha. Sky Eagle smiled, his words actually having a hint of flattery in them. Soon after, everyone present began to laugh out loud. After which, they joked a little before Xiaoyan withdrew his emotions. His expression became serious as he said, "Brothers, this time around, I have something that I intend to give to everyone." Xiaoyan purposely smiled mysteriously after saying these words. After which, he flipped his hand and a jade bottle appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. There were 4 round medicinal pills within the jade bottle. Despite being separated by the jade bottle, there was already a medicinal fragrance spreading from within, causing one to feel comfortable after smelling it. The quiet do qi within one's body actually began to leap at this moment. The expressions of Tianying and the other 3 immediately changed when they sensed the change in the aura within their bodies. They were involuntarily surprised in their hearts. Just what kind of medicinal pill was this? It was actually able to cause a change in their auras? Soon after, Tianying's eyes hardened. He seemed to already have an answer in his heart. His eyes were instantly lifted, stared at Xiaoyan, and exclaimed, "This, don't tell me this is..." "Haha, old brother's guess is right. This is the Emperor Tribulation pill." Hua. The expressions of the other 3 people present suddenly changed when the soft laughter from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded. All of them were surprised. Could it be that the medicinal pill that Xiaoyan had refined earlier was this Emperor Calamity pill? With this thought in their hearts, the expressions of the few of them involuntarily changed as they looked at the 4 medicinal pills within the jade bottle. Their hearts were filled with hesitation as a fiery hot emotion involuntarily rose from the bottom of their hearts. The Emperor Calamity pill. As long as they possessed this thing, the strength of the few people present would have a chance to advance by another step. Using it to break through to the Do D class was undoubtedly the greatest dream of the few of them. In the past, they had no dealings with humans. They could even be said to treat humans as enemies. There was no chance for them to obtain the Emperor Tribulation Elixir. But now, the Emperor Tribulation Elixir was placed in front of them, causing them to be at a loss. Xiaoyan involuntarily smiled when he saw this scene. After which he lifted his other hand. A glow flashed in his palm, and a jade box appeared. The moment the jade box appeared, a dense bloody aura that could not be hidden spread out from the jade box. The expressions of the other 4 people present suddenly changed wildly. An extremely great pressure involuntarily spread within their hearts. It was not difficult to imagine just what kind of horror they were feeling in their hearts at this moment. Brother Xiaoyan, what is this thing? Faced with this frightening aura. Even with Tianying's character, his aura involuntarily trembled. This kind of suppression that originated from deep within his soul caused him to have difficulty raising his head. This is the monster core of a 5-star Do D-class magical beast. I obtained it from the auction. Xiaoyan did not dare to joke any longer when he saw that the 4 people in front of him had actually revealed such a terrified manner. His face was serious as he spoke. The few of them slowly sighed in relief when they heard these words. A moment ago, they had really had difficulty moving under that frightening pressure. However, after learning that the thing within the jade box was an inanimate object, they no longer had anything to worry about. However, the shocking pressure from the magical beast still caused their minds to be uneasy. I intend to give this thing to all of you. If you are able to swallow and refine it, with the help of this Emperor Calamity pill, your strength will definitely be able to stabilize at the 1-star Do D class for a short period of time. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. A thin layer of Do Qi covered the surface of the jade box, removing that strange pressure. After which, he handed it to Tianying and spoke in a gentle voice. The hearts of the 4 people in front of him involuntarily moved when these words were spoken. This was especially the case for Ah Bao. After hearing that this thing was actually for Tianying's group, his heart involuntarily felt a sense of disappointment. His eyes occasionally glanced at the jade bottle in Xiaoyan's other hand. There were only 4 medicinal pills within it. Currently, Xiaoyan's strength was merely that of a bandit. It was likely that he did not intend to prepare anything for him. Ah Bao's originally lowered head even further when he thought of this. Xiaoyan did not care if Tianying was willing to accept it. He still handed the monster core to him. After which, he opened the jade bottle. With a flick of his finger, the 4 Emperor Calamity pills within the jade bottle flew out under the control of Xiaoyan's mind. They were suspended in front of Tianying's group and Ah Bao. The 3 Tianying brothers anxiously stored the medicinal pills, suspended in front of them, into their clothes. Ah Bao, on the other hand, did not see the medicinal pills suspended in front of him because he had lowered his head. Ah Bao. Xiaoyan softly called out. Ah Bao immediately appeared to have been electrocuted. He instantly straightened his body. Soon after, he saw the Emperor Calamity pill suspended in front of him. Take this. Xiaoyan laughed softly. However, this caused Ah Bao to be stunned. He seemed to suspect that his ears had misheard. He could not help but ask Xiaoyan again. After receiving Xiaoyan's confirmation, he was wild with joy as he snatched the medicinal pills in front of him from the air. It was as if he was afraid that Xiaoyan would take them back. Xiaoyan smiled faintly when he saw this. He did not say anything else. After chatting with the 4 people in front of him for a while, they headed towards the narwhal snake's location under Tianying's lead. Along the way, Tianying was quite surprised that Xiaoyan actually knew about the narwhal snake's location. He did not expect that Xiaoyan had actually seen through Lung Bingshuang's plan. With regards to this, Xiaoyan casually brushed it off with a few vague words. Xiaoyan did not explicitly say that he already knew about the narwhal snake's location a year ago. This could be considered as leaving some leeway between them. A moment later, Xiaoyan and Tianying arrived deep underground. However, there was nothing in the scorching magma space. /54_M. Chapter 766. Inside the scorching hot underground magma space, Xiaoyan and Sky Eagle stood there. Other than the 2 of them, there was nothing else. Even Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. He clearly remembered that the narwhal snake was within this realm a year ago. Why was it that there was not the slightest trace of it now? Shock was written all over Xiaoyan's face. Since Sky Eagle had brought him here, the narwhal snake must be here. However, why was there no sign of it? Just as Xiaoyan turned his head, he saw Sky Eagle's lips curling into a smile. Haha, brother Xiaoyan. Looks like even you did not discover its whereabouts. Sky Eagle smiled and seemed to be rather satisfied with this. There was even a tinge of pride in his smile. Brother Sky Eagle, what is going on? Hee hee. Sky Eagle grinned when he saw Xiaoyan frowning. After which, he lifted his hands and the seals in his hands changed. After a few breaths, the magma in front of Xiao Yan and Sky Eagle suddenly became illusory and disappeared. At the same time, a huge creature appeared in front of the two of them. The creature that appeared in front of the two of them was an extremely huge snake. However, unlike ordinary snake-type magical beasts, it had a single horn that was shaped like lightning on its head. It was the narwhal snake. This is a formation? It is a formation. However, this is a natural formation. Xiao Yan frowned in confusion. Sky Eagle, who was beside him, smiled and explained. Oh, a formation can be formed naturally? Xiao Yan knew that all living things in the world, including beasts, flowers, and birds, were born from nature. However, Xiao Yan really did not expect that the world could create such a mysterious formation. Haha, brother Xiao Yan, there is something that you do not know. A formation is similar to Do Qi. They are both energy from the universe. However, the method of using them is different. Overall, they are still connected. Those energies that exist in the universe can be used by humans, because humans are able to successfully arrange them. Hence, they can be controlled. The reason why a formation like this can exist is because it has been correctly arranged after countless changes in history. That is all. Xiao Yan finally understood in his heart when he heard this. This world was filled with various kinds of coincidences. At this moment, this mysterious formation that had appeared in front of her was just like the falling star pavilion on the Do Qi continent. Did it not borrow a meteorite from outer space to create the star realm, resulting in the falling star pavilion? After understanding this point, Xiao Yan immediately nodded. After which, he withdrew his thoughts and looked at the narwhal snake. After a year, the energy stratum on the narwhal snake's body did not change much. However, Xiao Yan could faintly feel that the narwhal snake's aura was gradually rising. From the looks of it, its strength had likely exceeded that of a 4-star Do Di. Xiao Yan's heart rejoiced because of this. Even though the narwhal snake still needed quite a long time to refine the energy cuticle, its training path was at the very least much more stable than Xiao Yan's. This caused Xiao Yan's heart to feel a little unfair. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with joy. However, Xiao Yan immediately felt relieved. Everyone was like this. There was no such thing as fairness in this world. There were thousands of ways to obtain strength, but the goal was the same. Some people's path was destined to be smooth while some people's path was destined to be bumpy. However, as long as one wanted to become strong, one had to continue walking. No matter what the road ahead was. Even if it was a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, as long as one wanted to become strong, one had to continue walking. Even if one's path was as flat as a grassland, it did not mean that there was no danger in the grassland. A seemingly flat grassland might be a bottomless swamp in the next step. Compared to these invisible dangers, looking at it from another angle, perhaps the mountain of knives and sea of fire in front of one's eyes would make one feel more at ease. The path of a strong person was full of hardships and difficulties. There were no shortcuts in training. If one wanted to become strong, the best way was to be down to earth and take one step at a time. After seeing the narwhal snake, Xiao Yan's next goal was to head straight for the hinterland of Shilin. That was the final destination of Xiao Yan's journey to the Shilin mountain range. After bidding farewell to Sky Eagle and the other three, Xiao Yan set off alone and flew towards the hinterland of Shilin. After a few hours, the sunlight between heaven and earth gradually dimmed. The originally lush land was gradually covered by ice and snow. The temperature between heaven and earth also gradually became cold. The cold wind whistled and the snow danced wildly. The entire world was filled with bitter cold. The snow spread to the ends of one's sight. Xiao Yan's figure was not affected by the cold wind at all. Gradually, the area behind him was also filled with a vast expanse of snow. In front of Xiao Yan's eyes, a slightly blurry mountain stood in front of him like a giant beast. At this point, Xiao Yan's forward footsteps could not help but pause. In his mind, a graceful figure involuntarily flashed out. It was Morong Qianqian. Sigh, I wonder how that girl is doing now. In short, she is better than me. Her fourth uncle's strength is extremely frightening. The clan behind him should not be weak either. Xiao Yan muttered a few words in his heart for no reason. Only then did he withdraw his thoughts. With a flip of his hand, A palm-sized jade tablet appeared in his hand. It was Qi Hanyu. This thing was given to him by Lung Bingshuang back then. He remembered that she had given him and Murong Qianqian one each. The purpose was to allow them to safely enter the hinterland of Xilin in the future. After taking out the Qi Hanyu, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. A thread of dou qi followed his palm and poured into it. Immediately, an invisible energy barrier was released from the Qi Hanyu in his hand. It wrapped around the space within a dozen feet around Xiaoyan. The biting cold wind was isolated far away. Xiaoyan's body felt much more relaxed. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan instantly used the sky extinction step. In the blink of an eye, his body had already crossed the tall mountain in front of him and swiftly flew towards the deep regions. Although the hinterland of Xilin was the hinterland, it was still quite large. With Xiaoyan's speed, he roughly searched for a direction in his heart. However, he still spent nearly 4 hours before he found the underground ice palace that Lung Bingshuang had stayed in back then. After finding the entrance, Xiaoyan successfully entered Lung Bingshuang's underground ice palace with the help of Qi Hanyu. Back then, his spiritual strength was still weak and Xiaoyan did not clearly sense it. However, the moment Xiaoyan took his first step into the ice palace, he clearly sensed the location of the icy spirit cold fountain within the ice palace. Chapter 767. The interior of the ice palace was very spacious. Due to his injuries last time, Xiaoyan did not have the opportunity to explore it properly. However, this time Xiaoyan's target was clear. He was going straight for the icy spirit frozen spring. After entering the ice palace, the first thing that entered his eyes was the courtyard buildings that looked like ordinary courtyards. The only difference was the materials used. All the buildings here were carved out of ice. Even though there was only one type, it still had a different kind of beauty. At this moment, Xiaoyan did not have the time to care about these. After entering the ice palace, Xiaoyan quickly headed in the direction of the icy spirit frozen spring. However, it was only at this moment that Xiaoyan suddenly realized that ever since he entered the ice palace, his spiritual energy was restricted by something. In other words, the current him could only rely on the general direction in his memory to find the icy spirit frozen spring. Right now, other than searching around the ice palace, there was no other way. This caused Xiaoyan to feel helpless. However, at the same time, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily felt a little doubtful. Why was it that he did not see Lung Bingshuang's figure this time around? Logically speaking, she should have discovered that the Bodhisattva returning pill had been refined. Why was it that she was still unwilling to show herself even now? With doubts in his heart, Xiaoyan continued to move forward. If he could find the icy spirit frozen spring, he would take it himself first. At the very most, when he met her again in the future, he would give the Bodhi returning pill to her. At this moment, Xiaoyan's mind was filled with thoughts of the icy spirit frozen liquid. How could he be in the mood to care about how frightening Lung Bingfeng's strength was? The size of the ice palace had clearly exceeded Xiaoyan's imagination. From the beginning until now, he had already walked around the ice palace for 2 hours. During this time, there were many times when he reached a dead end. Helplessly, he took a few more turns and suffered a few more setbacks. Although he could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to the icy spirit frozen spring, it was as if there was a wall between them. This caused Xiaoyan's heart to be filled with anxiety. Fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. After half a day of searching, the clear sound of flowing water finally reached Xiaoyan's ears. This was definitely the icy spirit cold fountain. Finally found it. Immediately, Xiaoyan felt a great joy in his heart. As he carefully listened to the direction of the water sound, his footsteps swiftly moved in that direction. However, at a certain moment, a soft painful moan was transmitted into Xiaoyan's ear. Judging from the voice, it was obviously a woman. Huh! Xiaoyan's body shuddered when he heard the moaning. He turned his gaze to look at the courtyard to his left. He could clearly hear the moaning coming from there. What's going on? How could there be someone here? Even if there was someone, it should only be a cold woman. But what's going on? From the voice, Xiaoyan could clearly hear an extremely painful emotion. It was unimaginable that the owner of the voice was enduring an unimaginable pain. On one side was the icy spirit frozen spring, and on the other was a woman moaning in pain. Even though Xiaoyan did not like to meddle in other people's business, this was after all Lung Bingshuang's territory. No matter who this person was, if something happened to the latter, Lung Bingshuang would not let him off so easily when she returned. After making a decision in his heart, Xiaoyan finally let out a deep sigh. He violently clenched his teeth, and his gaze once again looked at the direction where the sound of water was coming from. Somewhat unwillingly, he turned into the courtyard on the left. After entering the courtyard, Xiaoyan first asked a question. However, the moaning sound from the room in the courtyard was forcefully suppressed. Obviously, the sudden entry of an outsider like Xiaoyan had caused the owner of the courtyard to be extremely surprised. The sudden disappearance of the moaning sound also caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily frown. He did not think too much in his heart as he stepped forward and opened the door to the room in the courtyard. Immediately following this, a frightening douqi pillar swiftly drew across Xiaoyan's face the moment the door was opened. If that person's body was not in pain at this moment, it was likely that Xiaoyan's head would have already been separated from his body. Being ambushed by this frightening douqi pillar caused Xiaoyan's heart to be both shocked and furious. His body flashed and he immediately entered the room. Soon after, however, when Xiaoyan focused his eyes and looked over, the scene that appeared in front of him caused his body to instantly freeze on the spot. At this moment, on the ice bed in the room, a delicate and graceful figure was curled up on the ice bed while trembling intensely. Her entire body had turned icy blue, as if she was an ice sculpture. It was so much so that one could faintly see the traces of her bones through her skin. However, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to feel the most astonished was the stunning face of this beautiful figure. Looking at her face, she was the overlord of the Shilin mountain range, Lung Bingshuang. At this very moment, the dignified overlord of the Shilin mountain range appeared as weak as a dead person. It was likely that the attack she had used to attack Xiaoyan earlier was already her final move. From Xiaoyan's position, he could clearly see that at this moment, there were tears continuously dripping from the corners of this exceptional beauty's eyes. Unfortunately, the moment the tears fell, they had already turned into ice shards and landed on the ice bed. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly startled. He was even a little surprised in his heart. What exactly had happened? Ugh! Immediately, when Lung Bingshuang could not help but let out a low moan from her nose, Xiaoyan hurriedly regained his senses. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Lung Bingshuang. Under the latter's helpless and struggling gaze, he carried Lung Bingshuang's ice-cold body up, after which, he hurriedly took out his own clothes from his storage ring and spread them all over the ice bed. Only then did he put Lung Bingshuang's delicate body down. With a flick of his finger, a beautiful flame swiftly shot out. The temperature of the entire room immediately rose by a lot. After doing all this, Xiaoyan ignored the latter's struggling gaze and grabbed Lung Bingshuang's ice-cold wrist. With a thought, the heavenly flame in his body flowed through his meridians and entered Lung Bingshuang's body from his palm. It was also at this moment that an even colder energy in Lung Bingshuang's body, like a ferocious beast, instantly swallowed the heavenly flame that Xiaoyan had just merged into her body. Ugh! This sudden turn of events caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily let out a muffled groan. However, Xiaoyan once again grabbed Lung Bingshuang's wrist and fiercely clenched his teeth. An even more ferocious heavenly flame flowed into Lung Bingshuang's body under Xiaoyan's control. Chapter 768. In the Ice Palace in the hinterland of Shilin, Xiaoyan's hand, which had turned red from the cold, was still holding Lung Bingshuang's cold wrist tightly. He did not care about Lung Bingshuang's struggle. The heavenly fire in his body surged into Lung Bingshuang's body again and again, but it was swallowed by the strange ice. Damn it! What is going on? After a couple of fruitless attempts, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily became somewhat anxious. Although his relationship with Lung Bingshuang could not be considered good, the latter had once saved his life. Even though the two of them had their own motives, that was that. Xiaoyan must help Lung Bingshuang resolve the matter today no matter what. Elder Gu, take a look. What is going on? Xiaoyan had no choice but to place all his hopes on Guyu. Hey you brat. You are pushing this matter on me again. Guyu laughed and scolded him. After that, He separated a wisp of his spiritual energy and injected it into Lung Bingshuang's body through Xiaoyan's arm. It was as the saying went. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was useless. Just like now, when Gu Yu's wisp of spiritual energy was injected into Lung Bingshuang's body, the originally menacing cold air receded rapidly like a tide. It was no longer as domineering as it had been when it had faced Xiaoyan's heavenly fire. Gu Yu's spiritual energy circled Lung Bingshuang's body once before it was withdrawn. However, what Gu Yu said next made Xiaoyan's face turn gloomy. This little girl's current situation is not very optimistic. Gu Yu's voice sounded a little heavy. From this point alone, Xiaoyan could feel the seriousness of the situation. For Gu Yu to say such pessimistic words, how could it be so easy to solve this problem? Elder Gu, what is going on with her? Xiaoyan's brows were tightly knit together. Regardless of whether it was based on emotion or reason, he could not sit back and do nothing about this matter. Do you still remember why this girl wants the Bodhi pill back? Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something, he raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Is it the cold poison in her body?" "That's right. I'm afraid that this girl has been injured for quite some time. She's been delaying it for a long time. In addition, this is an extremely cold place to begin with." The cold poison flared up again and again, getting more and more serious each time. Now, she can't withstand the power of the cold poison, and can only let it spread. Gu Yu's tone was grave as he explained to Xiaoyan. The latter's expression involuntarily changed upon hearing this. It was unexpected that the cold poison within Lung Bingshuang's body was even more frightening than he had expected. Normally, when Lung Bingshuang appeared in front of others, she always had a strong and domineering aura, causing others to be intimidated by her. But who knew what kind of intense and unbearable pain she was enduring under her strong appearance? In order to protect the Shilin mountain range, Lung Bingshuang had already endured a lot alone. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan did not dare to hesitate any longer. With a flip of his palm, he quickly took out the Bodhi returning pill and fed it to Lung Bingshuang. Wait! At this moment, Gu Yu suddenly spoke to stop Xiaoyan. The cold poison within this girl's body has already accumulated to an unimaginable level. It is likely that it will be very difficult to completely eradicate it with just the Bodhi returning pill. It will not be of much use if you feed it to her now. What should I do? Xiaoyan hurriedly withdrew his extended hand after hearing Gu Yu's words. He frowned and hurriedly asked Gu Yu in his heart. The best method now is to use the heavenly flame to nourish her body. Once the cold poison has been suppressed a little, use the Bodhi returning pill to completely eradicate the hidden danger. Gu Yu's words had just sounded when Xiaoyan suddenly felt his head swell. A wave of information surged into Xiaoyan's mind. The method that Gu Yu had given him was to inject the heavenly flame into the few spots on Lung Bingshuang's body, where the cold poison was the weakest. This would remove the cold poison within her body in the shortest amount of time. However, after Xiaoyan carefully organized the information in his mind, his old face involuntarily became boiling hot. Other than the head, there was also the neck, the heart, and the lower abdomen, where the vortex was located. These few spots were crucial to the human body, and were also the places where one's energy was the most abundant. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with the information that Gu Yu had given him. However, its location caused Xiaoyan to feel a little embarrassed. These few spots were undoubtedly the most sensitive parts of a woman's body. Once he touched them, Xiaoyan did not dare to imagine whether this woman would tear him apart in a fit of anger after she recovered. Gulp gulp. Even with Xiaoyan's mental fortitude, he involuntarily felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of this. His throat rolled slightly as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Old Gu Yu, are not purposely trying to trick me, are you? The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched a little as he awkwardly smiled and asked in his heart. Haha, with your level, you should be able to see it. Other than the few places that I have given you, what other methods do you think can save her? You have also seen it earlier. With the might of the cold poison, it is impossible for your heavenly flame to enter her body. If you were to forcefully enter her body, it would instead harm her body. Since you do not wish to harm her, and yet you wish to save her, the method that I have given you is already the safest. If you are unwilling, then there is nothing that I can do. Guyu laughed, but the words that he said left Xiaoyan unable to refute. Guyu was right. The few spots that he had pointed out were indeed the weakest parts of Lung Bingshuang's body. Other than this, there was no other method for Xiaoyan to inject the heavenly flame into her body. Ugh, don't blame me. Xiaoyan helplessly laughed bitterly in his heart. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at the woman in front of him. At a glance, Lung Bingshuang was already close to fainting. During this short period of time, the cold poison in her body had become even more intense. Perhaps this was because she had sensed the threatening aura of Xiaoyan in the outside world. Gulp gulp. Xiaoyan's throat rolled as he slowly raised his trembling hand. He slowly moved it to Lung Bingshuang's lower abdomen. Just as Xiaoyan was about to place his hand on it, Lung Bingshuang, who was about to faint, suddenly opened her eyes. A pair of icy cold eyes stared at Xiaoyan in a manner that seemed to want to devour him. Her cold killing intent was not hidden at all. The expression on her pale face was extremely cold. She could not help but pause for a moment. A painful groan was emitted from her nose. After which, she spoke in a cold and solemn voice. What are you trying to do? The sudden appearance of this scene also caused Xiaoyan, who had just extended his hand, to withdraw it with a swoosh. His entire body abruptly shook at this moment, and he could not help but take 2 steps back. The sudden action of the woman in front of him, which appeared to be the final radiance of the setting sun, nearly scared Xiaoyan out of his wits. His breath trembled as he inhaled a deep breath. Only then did Xiaoyan softly say, "The cold poison in your body is becoming more and more serious. Don't move. Let me help you expel the poison. Get lost. This king does not need you." Lung Bingshuang cried out furiously the moment Xiaoyan's words sounded. However, before she could finish speaking, the world in front of her turned black, and she immediately fainted. Chapter 769. Lung Bingshuang's delicate body was lying flat on the ice bed. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, and she was not breathing. At a glance, the surface of Lung Bingshuang's body was actually covered with a thin layer of ice. Her entire body looked like a beautiful work of art. If it was not because Xiaoyan was already familiar with her, it was likely that anyone would have thought that she was really an ice sculpture. The thin layer of ice covered Lung Bingshuang's entire delicate body. Even the body under the layer of ice was actually suffused with an icy blue color. One could even faintly see the flesh and bones under it. Unfortunately, everything was already covered by the layer of ice. The current Lung Bingshuang could be said to have completely turned into a piece of ice from the inside out. It was as if it would shatter with a knock, causing one to not dare to carelessly touch it. However, it was also at this moment that within Lung Bingshuang's body, from her lower abdomen to the area above her chest, a small fiery red glow actually appeared within her body. That glow flickered faintly and erratically. It was as if a cluster of burning flames was really there. It looked extremely mysterious. This was the heavenly flame that Xiaoyan had injected into Lung Bingshuang's body. Lung Bingshuang had fainted, but Xiaoyan was still trembling with fear. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. At the same time that he tried his best to inject the heavenly flame into Lung Bingshuang's body, cold sweat that was as dense as raindrops continuously fell from his forehead. Every action that Xiaoyan made was extremely careful. He was afraid that he would once again wake this woman up. At that time, if he were to be misunderstood by her, it would really be a matter of life and death. Due to the fact that the invasion of the cold poison in these few areas was weaker, Xiaoyan's heavenly flame easily poured into them. However, due to the anxiety in Xiaoyan's heart, this process continued for a total of 4 hours. The result that he obtained was even more unsatisfactory. Fortunately, under Xiaoyan's continuous perseverance, Lung Bingshuang's body was finally gradually occupied by the heavenly flame. The areas that were currently flickering with red light in Lung Bingshuang's body were occupied by Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. At the same time, these areas were also the weakest parts of the cold poison. However, even so, Xiaoyan had still expended quite a lot of effort to send his heavenly flame into Lung Bingshuang's body. He turned his head back and looked at Lung Bingshuang. At this time, in Lung Bingshuang's body, the 3 energies each occupied one side, forming a tripod, not giving way to each other. Without a doubt, The most powerful of the three was the cold poison. After a long period of accumulation, the cold poison had become extremely powerful and terrifying. Even an origin transformation expert like Lung Bingshuang had fallen before it, so it was easy to imagine just how terrifying the cold poison was. As for the second power, it was naturally Lung Bingshuang's own Genesis Qi. As an origin transformation expert, the Do Qi in her body was gradually transforming into Genesis Qi. When Lung Bingshuang truly became a returnance expert, all the Do Qi in her body would transform into Genesis Qi. This was the rule of the Yuanwu continent, a path that every returnance expert had to take. Unfortunately, even though Lung Bingshuang had already reached the origin transformation realm, she had still fallen to the cold poison in the end. As for the third energy, it was naturally Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Xiaoyan's heavenly flame was undoubtedly the weakest of the three. Even Genesis Qi could not withstand the cold poison, while Xiaoyan's heavenly flame was no match for the tremendous amount of Genesis Qi. Naturally, the existence of the heavenly flame was the weakest of the three. Of course, the fact that the heavenly flame was able to compete with the other two naturally meant that it had its own advantages. In terms of position, Xiaoyan's heavenly flame occupied a few of the most important organs in Lung Bingshuang's body. It could be said that pulling one part would affect the entire body. As long as Xiaoyan was able to properly protect these organs in Lung Bingshuang's body, the cold poison would not be able to threaten Lung Bingshuang's life regardless of how strong it was. In addition, the existence of the heavenly flame was an even greater threat to the cold poison. The heavenly flame was a divine object of extreme yang between heaven and earth. Even a living person would fear the power of the heavenly flame, let alone this kind of insidious poison that resided in the human body. Heavenly flames could be said to be the natural nemesis of the cold poison. Following the formation of the three-legged force, Xiaoyan in the outside world could not remain idle. Although the heavenly flame had already been poured into Lung Bingshuang's body, the cold poison's strength was too strong. Just by relying on his spiritual strength, Xiaoyan was unable to push through the cold poison to spread the heavenly flame. Hence, the only thing Xiaoyan could do now was to personally act. He used Lung Bingshuang's skin to control the spreading of the heavenly flame. During this process, Xiaoyan had to personally reach every spot where the heavenly flame spread. Wherever Xiaoyan's hand went, the heavenly flame would spread. The cold poison had already invaded Lung Bingshuang's limbs and bones. As for the Genesis Qi in her body, no matter how powerful it was, it could only protect her essence from being harmed. Initially, when Xiaoyan had just discovered this point, the expression on his old face was also extremely embarrassed. Putting it this way, did it not mean that if he wanted to help Lung Bingshuang expel all the cold poison within her body, he would need to let his hand pass over every inch of her skin? The thought of this made Xiaoyan's old face turn red. Besides this, there was also a deep sense of worry. Who knew if this woman would try to kill him after she woke up? After all, Lung Bingshuang had personally seen Xiaoyan's hand reach towards her lower abdomen before she fainted. For someone who was about to faint, especially a woman, it was difficult not to think about such a scene. While Xiaoyan was hesitating in his heart, the cold poison in Lung Bingshuang's body did not wait any longer. It was unwilling to be outdone by the heavenly flame that had suddenly interfered. The deep blue cold poison was like a thick fog in Lung Bingshuang's body as it spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, her meridians, blood, bones and internal organs were swiftly covered in a layer of ice. However, every time the fog neared the heavenly flame, it would swiftly melt away, emitting a faint sizzling sound in Lung Bingshuang's body before disappearing. However, even though the heavenly flame was the natural nemesis of the cold poison, as time passed, the cold poison that was continuously approaching the heavenly flame was also taking a step closer to Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Under closer inspection, the internal organs that had originally recovered under the protection of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame were now showing signs of being covered in ice. The appearance of this scene caused Xiaoyan's heart to tighten. He knew that no matter what, he could no longer hesitate.